I went looking for trouble. And boy, I found her. She's in love with herself. She likes the dark. And on her milk white neck, the devil's mark. Now it's All Hallows Eve. The moon is full. But will she trick or treat? I bet she will. She will.
Loving you was like loving the
was like loving the dead. It was like fucking the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Loving you was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead. Loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you. Was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead. Was like loving the dead.
You just heard Black Number One from Typo Negative's Bloody Kisses from 1993. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I am Jason. And Mark, we have finally made it to the American Doom, series finale, part 1.
Yes.
I remember sitting there. We kind of sort of talked a little bit about it, but I think what it was I distinctly remember coming back from spring break, and I had like 2 days where I had to sit quietly in a room giving the SAT test. And so I had nothing but aimless time in my laptop. And that's when I just like kind of started typing like set lists out. I don't know if you remember that. And I was like sharing them with you. I was like, hey, here's a I Hate God one. Here's a Trouble one. Here's a St. Vitus one. And I just remember like, fuck that. That was like April. And so, here we are in late October recording Typo Negative apropos. And so Mark and I were joking before we hit record that this might not see the light of day until November technically, but we did get under the sort of October, rust belt, whatever you want to call it, the October rust kind of deadline that you have to do for Typo Negative. So, and I told Mark, I'm trying to get in the spirit a little bit. I've got a little red wine and burning a pumpkin pie candle. And I'm also drinking some cider with cinnamon in it. So I'm trying to really, like method act basically.
Yeah, I have no ambiance. I have a beer, some mint tea. That's about it.
Well,
no candles.
In my film class, we've been studying this last couple of days. We started Jaws today, but we were basically studying like 70s cinema. So I'm all about like De Niro, Pacino method acting, just kind of being in the moment as much as possible. But
did you pose from some suggestive photos by yourself?
No, I did not do that.
Okay.
No,
you didn't go full on.
No, but I forgot to tell you when I was doing some research and going back through the Peter Steele book, Soul on Fire. Do you remember that Jeff used your illustration, the Playgirl illustration in the book?
Oh yeah, he commissioned me for that specifically.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I was like, oh yeah, I wonder, because I know you said you hadn't read the whole thing like last time I talked to you. So I was like, I wonder if he remembers that this is even in here. So
that's the one thing. Well, because Jeff, he signed inscribed one like to me when the book came out.
Oh, gotcha.
Mentioning something about that because I haven't. That's one of those books where you can go through and just pull chapters out here and there and just read like whatever you're interested in or whatever you're on the hunt for.
For sure.
I'm really bad about finishing books, except for some reason that Peaceville book I blew through that in a couple weeks.
I also did that pretty quick. Yeah, the PL book I still haven't picked up. Not because I don't want to, but just because I was devoting time to reading other things that were like kind of relevant to more recent episodes and stuff that we've been kind of doing, plus
Sure.
just regular school bullshit. But yeah, basically here we are with Typo Negative. I think most people in the metal world should know Black Number One, kind of a apropos song to sort of kickstart things. One of, I think, the two biggest songs that they ever recorded and certainly put them on the map. And I forget, we're going to talk a lot more about Bloody Kisses later in the episode, but, I kind of forget that album went platinum. That's
it was
just
Roadrunner's first one to do that.
Hard to wrap your head around in some ways.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so we are going to be joined by the said author, frequent guest, Jeff Wagner. He's going to be coming in, but we wanted to kind of, sort of talk about the song a little bit and kind of say our dues before we bring Jeff in. But, Black Number One, that's a fun song. It's still a song, like, even though I've heard it a lot of times, it still puts a smile on my face every time I hear it. It's not necessarily my go-to song, but it is a song that I use to like introduce Typo Negative to like new people and kind of get their kind of take on it, because it sort of runs through the gamut of all these different sort of Halloween themes. It's like a Halloween operetta or something like that,
Yeah.
Addams Family, Munsters things kind of going on. It's, this kind of pop goth metal masterpiece, really,
I think they might have been the one to kind of like bring that back, the whole like goth sensibility thing. Because at the time there wasn't much, like, what we think of as like goth shit from the 80s was kind of gone. And then people consider like Marilyn Manson and shit like that the goth of the 90s, but this kind of predates all that.
Yeah, I would say this kind of bridges to the Marilyn Manson kind of scene a little bit, which has a little bit more of a kind of a mall atmosphere to it, probably.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, there's a great irony to this song, I think, because it really is both like kind of a tribute and a parody to the very people that it's reaching, sort of the goth girls and things like that. Pete was obsessed with this goth girl, essentially, and she would, he basically says, yeah, it's about a girl I fucking slash my wrists over, and I think he's speaking, I think, more or less metaphorically, although we're going to talk about suicide later on in this episode. But yeah, I think she more or less, according to like the Decibel Hall of Fame interview that I kind of discovered, she kind of like made fun of him for being a metalhead, and was like, and so he never really thought he was like kind of good enough for her, in a certain sense. Good enough? Yeah. So, and so he's making fun of like kind of goth girls and all that kind of stuff too.
They kind of their whole career, they kind of take the piss out of everything they love. The deep sarcasm and wit is pretty incredible. Yeah,
and basically, Sal Abrascato, who later leaves after this record to go into Life of Agony full time, he basically says that the lyrics kind of came from hanging out at these two sort of goth clubs, the Pyramid Lounge and the Limelight clubs. And basically Pete was kind of obsessed with goth girls. And I think Pete says something more or less like, they're hot, but like, they're like fun to look at sometimes, but I don't always like, get into like getting to know them very well, if that makes sense, so it's, pretty funny. And again, it's got that, like you said, taking the piss, this tongue in cheek kind of aspect or whatever. That's pretty fun about it. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I had a quote from Kenny about it. And he basically says one of Pete's girlfriends was this goth girl who made him feel really insecure because she was like, oh, you just listen to that stupid heavy metal stuff and you don't know what's cool. You don't know about Bauhaus and Cocteau Twins. She dyed her hair. She was a goth chick and he hated her for it. So Black Number One is about her. The lyrics are brilliant and the hook is beautiful in its simplicity,
Yeah.
So
I still remember I don't know if it's the first time, but it was a Milwaukee Metal Fest at Eagles Ballroom. And there was like this group of like 5 really short Hispanic dudes that were like holding like each other's shoulders, headbanging to Black Number One when it was on the PA. And that's still like stands out in my mind. Is like, it's just like, it was like, oh shit, like this song is so fucking huge. Yeah. It was just like, it was everywhere.
Well, and I mean, it is so weird. I mean, my introduction was Christian Woman. We'll talk more about that later when we bring kind of Jeff in and stuff. But definitely, this is one of the 1-2 punch that I was introduced to. And I remember this video a lot more than the Christian Woman video. I think because I had the edition that I bought, the Digipack edition that I got of Bloody Kisses came with the VHS tape.
Oh, really?
That has the video, the full video for Black Number One on it. And so back in the days when you didn't have YouTube and shit, I would, pop that on and be like, oh, sweet. Like, cause you didn't see Typo Negative videos very often on MTV. I mean, they were around here and there, but it wasn't a thing, so, yeah. But it's definitely a fun one. I think an appropriate one to kind of get you in the Halloween spirit here. And one thing we'll obviously kind of bring up when we talk to Jeff is just where does Typo Negative sort of fit into the story of Doom and stuff, because they sort of sit in a weird pocket, kind of almost on the periphery a little bit, like some of these other kind of cultish, or not cultish bands, but these sort of not traditional Doom bands kind of, fit in the whole equation. So,
yeah, we might be,
so I think,
not stretching the Doom term, but like this, it's more of like because you look at their career from Carnivore forward and the Doom's kind of eventually gets there, but it's always like sprinkled in a little bit early on. And then by the time Typo comes, it's just a big heavy blanket with all the different, like, especially the effects, how like oppressive it can be and stuff as well.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So I guess one thing before we bring in Jeff, because we'll bring him in here in a second, but I'll just kind of say this now, and I'll probably say it near the end of the episode. If you have been with us on this Doom journey and you want to, give us any sort of overall feedback on highlights and surprises and things that you've enjoyed along this whole trajectory, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com or leave us a comment on Mark and Jason Facebook. Just get us a message somewhere so that we can maybe read some feedback at the end of part 2, which will be kind of the official end of this kind of whole series. And so, so just, just a shout out to our fans and new listeners and people that have really enjoyed this and been surprised by some of it. But I, for one, am pretty excited because Typo Negative, I believe, is definitely one of the bigger bands that we've certainly covered, and probably one of the bigger bands that we've covered with this much kind of research and in depth, kind of our new approach that we've been doing the last, year plus. We haven't done anybody this big, Well,
we've talked about doing that doing a show about them forever, but Luckily, this all just kind of like fell into place.
And Jeff was up for it. I spoke to him this summer and was like, hey, are you still on board? He's like, absolutely. And I never wanted to steal Jeff's thunder in case he wanted to do something with radical research with it. But their approach would be probably different than ours anyways. And so it's probably something they could definitely do with their own podcast and stuff. So, all right, let's, you want to bring in Jeff, Mark?
Sure. Let's do it.
Cool. Let's do it. So let's bring in Jeff Wagner. Jeff, welcome.
Hey, hello.
Hello,
it's always
Jeff.
awesome to talk to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff's been on for newer Requiem fans who are just kind of new to us. Jeff first made some appearances back in the early Requiem days with a two-part Voivod. You came in and did a two-part episode on the Mean Deviation book that you wrote. And we've had you on for different little sound bites through our Proto Metal series. You did some stuff on the Manila Road episode, Kiss, Holy Terror.
Holy Terror. Yeah. I think also Autopsy. I think I gave you 10 or $20 on that one.
Oh yeah,
which made me an unquote sponsor.
Were you an executive producer back in our executive producer days?
Yeah.
I have memory on you too.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. It's all we know. Well,
it's funny. I see some of those sometimes show up as like Facebook kind of anniversaries, like such and such. We need a executive producer. We're about to record a Dawn episode and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember those days of doing
a Dawn episode.
Yeah, we did a Dawn.
Hunter again will be your guy there.
Oh, he's okay. Hunter and I will have to have a Dawn side combo. Yeah, I'm a huge Slaughter Son guy, so that's one of my big ones. So, but Jeff, why don't you, for maybe people who are a little bit new? I know we've mentioned radical research on our podcast before, but just some of the things that you're involved in and some of your background and why we're bringing you in for a typo negative episode.
Wow. I mean, I'd like to start with Typo Negative. I bought the first Carnivore album in 1986. Same day I bought Accept's Russian Roulette. I remember coming home from the record store with both of those. Been a Carnivore and Pete Steele fan ever since, for reasons which will become obvious with all the awesome music you're playing. And just, done this and that. I've been in college radio. I've been in fanzines. I did Metal Maniacs for a good 5 years in New York. Tons of shit. I don't know. Worked for Relapse, The End Records, Century Media Records, Inside Out. Right now I'm finishing my book on Fate's Warning, my third book, that'll be out early next year. Labor of Love. And, I've done a lot of other shit. I just don't really want to talk about it right now. I want to talk about the artistry of Pete Steele.
I know you do, but I am going to promote one thing that's pretty cool because it just came out and I just picked up a copy, but you had a great deal to do with the Arcturus box set.
Yeah. I love Arcturus. The more I listen to them, the more I like. I just listened to Shamir's today. Had a great listen to it.
What a great album.
Yeah. They're just so good. And, I did an oral history, basically talked to every guy that's ever been through Arcturus, from Samoth and kind of the sort of outside players to a lot of the main players. Talked to every guy, made an oral history out of it. And it's in that huge 6 LP, 7 CD box set. And
Mark, I haven't shown you that yet, have I?
I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, big labor of love, and just a really great overview of I guess what we call the first era of Arcturus. Before kind of everything from My Angel to Sham Mirrors, and Prophecy did a fantastic job on the packaging of. I don't know what version you have, but like the CD vinyl version is unbelievable. Probably the most elaborate box that I own. And,
I just have the CD version only.
Yeah, they did like CD breakdown stuff, like CDs, and I think they're going to release the LPs separately. But I just talked to every guy, and thankfully Ray Shell brought me into that from Prophecy, and I've been in touch with Garm over the years. He brought me in. I recently did some liner notes for the William Blake reissue on Peaceville.
Oh yeah, the Elber one. Yeah,
and Garm sought me out for that, which I'm like, wow, that's that's just, I wish those people knew how stupid I was. They wouldn't be seeking me out. But cool enough.
That's become a cool little side thing for Chris too. He's been doing a lot of like
absolutely
stuff.
Chris Dick, absolutely. And I love the Chris Dicks down here in Durham. I've seen him twice now, and yeah. So we got
a Michigan contingent and a North Carolina contingent.
I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. So.
And then you also have some podcasting experience yourself for people that maybe don't know. I mean, you're here, so feel free to.
Yeah, I do a thing called Radical Research with the drummer from Canvas Solaris, a guy named Hunter Ginn, who's been a very close friend of mine for about 20 years. Just basically extensions of our conversations we used to have on the phone. And really, when we started the podcast, this was about 4.5 years ago. We knew how many music podcasts were out there. And I actually did some research. And at the time there were like 30,000. And I thought at the time, well, okay, we're still going to be the only ones covering Mind Over 4 and Pyogenesis records that nobody likes. And,
except for us.
Except for you. Yeah. But it just,
it's pretty rare company.
Yeah, exactly. We felt we had a niche that was still amongst those 30,000. We could kind of stand out. And by the 14th episode, we were covered by Rolling Stone and Decibel. So we were like, okay, cool. There are people that like this, that understand why we're doing it, why we feel it needs to be out there. And we're just having fun. So the last episode was like 71 on Paul Chain. And episode 72 will be coming out soon. And that's on Master's Hammer. So
awesome.
Just doing a lot of weird fucking shit. Yep.
That's cool. Mark and I have talked about doing a Death SS episode since that book came out. So we'll have to do a crossover Paul Chain Death SS kind of.
Yeah, it's funny. We're huge fans of Paul Chain, but neither one of us are that big into Death SS.
They're so weird.
We recognize its place in Paul Chain's history, but I'm not a big fan. I've tried.
Yeah, it's never done it for you.
But yeah, I recognize their place in history. And if you guys are doing a podcast on it, yeah, I'll be the first in line to listen to that one.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, it's
definitely bonkers shit, but I've been really getting into it lately.
I can't say I love all of the Death SS stuff. I kind of prefer more of the Paul Chain stuff personally, but there's some interesting things to talk about. You know what I mean? Like
the first 3 records are solid.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some cool things happening.
It's like high school kids playing Alice Cooper music without knowing how to play anything, and there's the English is a second language thing happening, and there's all kinds of charm to it.
Yep.
It is weird that they're Italian, because if you told me they were Eastern European, it would almost make more sense to me. But
I mean, you can see the guys in Root and Malacarpitan like loving those guys.
Yeah.
Mortuary Drape even.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yep. So it's funny you're doing a Master's Hammer episode following, Paul Chain, because they're almost like spiritually connected in a weird way.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Very, very DIY. I mean, they wear their influences on their sleeve, yet they have so much personality of their own. And I think that's the important thing. Because I think with a lot of newer bands, it's so much harder and harder and harder to find that distinct personality. Because it's been done, I mean, what's what I'm looking for?
Well, what I've always liked about like your perspective on things, I think, is this idea of the word progressive, and it's really like has this meaning of like anybody that's kind of poking through or piercing the veil into some new ideas and new things,
Well, that's just always it. I mean, I grew up on bands. I mean, and it goes back to Kiss. And that's probably why Voivod and Fates Warning turned into favorite bands, was because you really didn't know what you were getting. It was like with every new album, when you were bringing it home from the record store, there might've been some time to like speculate on what it was going to sound like before you actually heard it. This is obviously showing my age, but this is how it used to work. And these bands really would take you to a new place every time. And I think that's a huge value of mine.
Yeah.
That's truly progressive. I don't care about anything else. I don't care if you sound like Dream Theater. Doesn't mean you're going to be good. Often it means you're going to be shit.
I agree.
I just, I want bands to sort of evolve and challenge themselves, and therefore challenge the listener. And I think that's where I want to be. as a listener, that's what I want from bands. So,
and I think that's a good pivot point to somebody like Pete Steele and Typo Negative and all the things that he's sort of been involved in and stuff.
Absolutely.
So Jeff, we just heard, before we brought you in, we just heard Black Number One as kind of the kickoff song. And Mark and I shared, I guess, our thoughts on the song, but where does that song like fall for you? And, you know, does it still like hold that magic now that you've heard it a million times, like most people have? You know, I mean,
it does because by the time it started to get played on MTV, I was kind of not interested in MTV. I was, interested in MTV 10 years earlier, I suppose, as a really young kid. And I was also only interested in the album versions, the long version of Black Number One, the long version of Christian Woman. And Bloody Kisses as an album, when you listen to it as an album, is just so, it's the only way to listen to it, is as an album, not as like truncated, edited singles.
You're missing so much if you do. Yeah.
You totally are. And, the album opening with Christian Woman and Black Number One, by the end of Black Number One, I remember the first time I heard this, I had gotten an advance of this as a zine editor. I had no real qualification other than that, but I got an advance.
That used to be enough back in the day.
Yeah, no, I was already a fan. I bought, the first Typo, Slow, Deep, and Hard, because I was a Carnivore fan. I bought the first Carnivore album in '86. So I was following this guy, super interested in what he was doing. And when I got the promo, by the time I got to the end of Black Number One, I remember thinking, God, this album is great, but it's going to fucking fail. It's going to just fucking plummet. It's going to be, nobody's going to like this. I understood that I liked the change that had happened, and it was a pretty massive change from the first album. Mm-hmm. But I also at least I thought that it was going to suck in terms of like popularity, mainstream appreciation. I don't make predictions, and it's probably a good thing I don't, because I'd be terrible, because the thing went platinum, Yeah. But I was just so taken aback by the left turn they took, the embracement of pop that they did. Is embracement a word?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. No, it is
now.
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Woman and Black Number One, these are pop songs, yet they're 10 minutes long, or they average out, and they just work, and they were epic yet sort of focused at the same time. So, I have so many thoughts about this album, this song, and it's just a testament to the genius of Mr. Steele, I suppose.
I loved you were making some kind of comments in the the document that we were sort of sharing, and you kind of mentioned kind of a Beach Boys element to it, which I thought was really cool, because I'm a huge, especially now that I teach rock and roll history, I've become such a huge fan of the composition of the Beach Boys and how they assemble songs and stuff. But
we were talking about Beach Boys when you were here in Greensboro.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I never, as a 16-year-old fan of Carnivore, I never thought I'd be a fan of Beach Boys, but I've come to love them because, I don't like the surf stuff. That's whatever. It's the stuff they did later that was just this compositional orchestration and sort of layering of vocals that they did. And they would create such a mood. And so some of that Beach Boy, from Pet Sounds, you can go forward, Wild Honey, I mean, all kinds of different things that they did, they're pretty fascinating in terms of how they recorded, the way they approached their art, the stacking they did of vocals, the layering they would do. So I hear Beach Boys and Black Number One just as I do Danzig and Cult, and like if Cure did like edgy pop, like Let's Go to Bed, one of their greatest songs. Typo Negative were bringing all that in, along with, of course, a Black Sabbath root, and I just making doom more poppy and accessible than it had ever been, I guess. Well,
that was going to be my kind of starter question with you before we kind of dive into the whole backstory, getting us up to Carnivore and through that, which is, this is obviously, we brought you in as part of our kind of American Doom series. And I think Does Typo belong in the sort of doom genre, in your opinion?
No. I mean, I don't think they belong in doom any more than I think they belong in goth, any more than I think they belong in metal, any more than I think they belong in, I don't know, post metal.
So
I mean, they're just so themselves. And they always have been. And in fact, if we go back to Carnivore and look at them, I don't think they fit in with the thrash scene. I don't think they fit in with the hardcore scene yet.
No, not at all.
They did and they didn't. Right? They were their own thing, and I think that's a testament to their greatness, is how just singular they were and singular they are. Just that they are what they are. Do they have? Can we take the intersection between doom and typo and make that legitimate? Of course. I mean, there's shitloads of like slow crawling, laborious doom throughout their history, especially like Slow, Deep, and Hard,
Sure.
But I think that's only just one ingredient. I mean, these guys were also really into the Doors and Beatles. They were super into Black Sabbath and Kiss. They were super into My Bloody Valentine and Slow Dive, and when you get to October Rust, Lycia. I mean, even all this stuff's all this stuff's coming into the mix. So I think I get why the doom crowd digs them. I get why people into black metal dig them. They just, there's just something about their art that's so singular that you don't have to worry about what genre you're into if that's the kind of crap you worry about. We've really used this doom title pretty loosely, in terms of some of the bands that we've covered. There's probably people that would find that I Hate God or Acid Bath or Evoken don't fall into traditional doom, and for whatever, who cares? That's all in the conversation. Exactly. That has to be in the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So no, I guess when I was growing up, I could hear the Black Sabbath influences, but I guess I never thought of them as a doom band the way I thought of Cathedral, or the way I thought of, My Dying Bride or some of those bands too. Although there are elements of My Dying Bride that you hear in Typo Negative, too. It's a kind of that gothic kind of element that's sort of like buried beneath some. Yeah,
just the rocking Black Sabbath, like, the Under the Sun or Supernaut Black Sabbath, that you hear in Carnivore. You hear in Cathedral. It's just like there's definitely a shared love of Sabbath here, and a shared love of Sabbath is what underscores doom as a definition, I suppose, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Doesn't it have to start there?
I think that's the origin point.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And it just makes sense that these guys recorded, kind of an iconic cover, maybe perhaps one of the best covers of any Sabbath song ever, with their version of Black Sabbath, Yeah,
I don't know when you want to talk about Pete Steele's approach to cover songs, but
I think it'll come up.
That's another gift he had.
Yeah, we'll definitely get there when we get to Bloody Kisses, I think.
Sure.
So, but yeah, we brought in Jeff, not just because we love Jeff, but also because Jeff authored a book on Pete Steele called Soul on Fire. I mentioned that before we kind of introduced you, but I thought you would be a really awesome resource to bring in. One of the things that we've tried to do on this Doom series is bring in, either members of the band or some members of the band to sort of give commentary. And Pete's not around, unfortunately, anymore. And we'll obviously talk probably more about that in part 2, especially when we get to the end of the road with Typo. But I figured this would be a unique opportunity, even if we can have members of Typo on board. The fact that you spoke to so many different people connected to the band, I thought was about the best option that we had. And we also just love having you on the episode, so maybe let's start with, I guess, the sort of background. Let's kind of dive into it. Anything that you want to kind of share about kind of, Pete and the childhood stuff and musical influences and just kind of getting us to, Fallout and early Carnivore and, we'll kind of jump into some stuff,
Yeah, he grew up, around nothing but sisters, 5 or 6 sisters who were bringing home some of the pop records of the day from the late 60s and early 70s. Anything from Beatles to Deep Purple, which was a huge thing for him, and on and on and on. Seals and Croft, obviously that'll play a role here. But he was just absorbing all this stuff. And I think as a highly introverted yet inquisitive person, he was really ingesting this stuff in a way that I kind of recognize in myself just as a listener. It's just somebody who, for the most part in life, has gravitated mostly toward music more than anything else. And I think he was gifted from the very beginning. He was meant to make music. And yeah, by the time of Fallout, which he formed with drummer Louis Beto, who ended up in Carnivore, Josh Silver on keyboards, and a guitarist, he had started forming that vision. And the rock hard Batteries Not Included 7-inch that he did with Fallout kind of shows this kind of early eclecticism, I guess. It's kind of this darker, maybe kind of oh shit, I'm trying to think of the term that they use for Margaret Atwood.
Like dystopian?
Not dystopia, but just more of a casting out into the future, maybe 30 years type sci-fi.
Definitely.
Fallout was trying to convey that. They didn't last very long, so I don't think they could really come to sort of the full conceptual fruition that they, Peter had hoped.
Yeah, I think they broke up in 83.
Yeah, it took a few years off, and then the Carnivore demos came out, and I really think there's a pretty strong link with Fallout and Carnivore. A lot of people don't know Fallout. If you want to YouTube it, go for it.
They opened for Twisted Sister, right?
What's that? I
think they opened for Twisted Sister at one point.
Yeah, they did. They did. When Twisted Sister was playing the club scene, but in Long Island and all the boroughs of New York. But yeah, I think the real vision happened with Carnivore for sure. And the first album, that kind of post Armageddon thing, a bit of a Mad Max vibe. Peter Steele gave it all voice with the first album, and it's an incredible piece of work. Yeah.
So before we kind of dive into Carnivore, one thing you mentioned that I kind of had just a sort of thought on is this idea, Peter growing up with all these kind of females in the house and things like that. And there is kind of this feminine energy that has always come out of a lot of the music, especially Type O has a massive sort of female fan base.
Sure.
I think that's I grew up with a single mom and being raised by a lot of aunts and things like that. And I feel like I was different than a lot of the other kind of like boys that I was in high school and middle school and elementary school with, who were not, I was still athletic. I was into sports and things like that, but it was just like a different energy, and I don't know. Yeah, maybe a little bit more kind of sensitivity and things like that. And I, not to say that Pete was like a super sensitive guy all the time, but he clearly had this energy to him where he knew how to tap into that and really speak to that. And there's a lot of vulnerability in a lot of his songs. And we'll certainly talk about the autobiographical aspects of a lot of their, lyrics and things like that. But I mean, how big of a role do you think that played, kind of him coming out of that environment of, tough kind of New York, but also this sort of feminine, very female dominated kind of household,
Huge. I would have said that before I met his sisters and, before I started writing the book in 2014. Mm-hmm. But even huger after sort of meeting them and understanding, his role in the family. I think it was very complicated with him, and I have to watch my words because, he was very, very attracted to women, of course. Mm-hmm. He understood the romantic aspect. He also understood the sensitivity that you're talking about. And I think that's huge for him. He was this sensitive genius. He was this gentle giant. And I think that having only sisters as siblings was a huge and I think advantageous thing for him. Was being able to tap into that energy. Feminine energy is a very strong energy, mm-hmm. As well as the crazy inherent male energy he had. I mean, look at male supremacy. I mean, you can look at that and go, well, in the Me Too, generation, that doesn't really work. But I think it does because while it's coming from a very dominant male perspective, it's also fantasy, We have to remember it's also coming from a Mad Max point of view.
Road Warrior, Thunderdome.
But I don't think that middle part where he's brooding and for the first time in 1985, 86, whatever it was, showing his low crooning voice. I don't think that a guy who didn't grow up with five sisters would have been able to sort of channel that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that he was comfortable in his heterosexuality enough to just go there and be the sensitive male. So as obnoxious as some of that shit is, it's also very sensitive and very open toward the other sex. I think you have to get into type O before you understand that.
Yeah,
because something like SMD off Retaliation, nobody's going to believe that.
No.
Or Male Supremacy off the first Carnivore. But I do believe that these things are products of a guy who understood that he was working on a spectrum, right?
There's sort of a yin yang kind of dichotomy to Pete in terms of all of that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, the whole like having to be the tough guy in the neighborhood. He's almost 7 feet tall?
He was 6'7", and he was also the goy of the neighborhood because he lived in a largely Jewish neighborhood, and he would like do these nice things for these Jewish people on Saturday who didn't want to like do this or that because it just didn't cohere with their beliefs.
Yeah.
So in one way he was looked at as this like gentle giant, this 6'7" guy who would do these nice things and be this nice guy in the neighborhood. And then I'm sure by 85, 86, when he came out with the first Carnivore album, some people that knew him might have been a little bit shocked because it's fucking full on testosterone overload.
Yeah. It's taking in terms of their influences, obviously Manowar and Venom are kind of two of the big ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of that on there.
Dio, Priest, they even mentioned that they were into Vitus and Trouble and Accept and Blessed Death and all these other kind of bands and stuff.
Blessed Death, good call. Yeah.
But I mean, like Manowar is such an obvious thing because it was hard for me. I think I've talked to you before, Jeff, about how it took me and I think even Mark a while to be able to kind of even get into Manowar because it was almost so overtly like this image, and I was like, am I into this kind of music? Because that's not really my thing, But I had to kind of get past that, and then discover, especially those first 4 records, and I was like, oh shit, this stuff's really, really.
Look, when you're 15 in small town Iowa, it makes a shitload of sense, and I mean, and it's made a ton of sense ever since. But I think at least the intelligence of that band, and they do have some. Certainly throughout the first 4 or 5 albums, 6 albums, again, it's not as easily refined as like a black and white issue with Manowar. I think Manowar had a sensitivity that people don't give them credit for.
Especially in those early records, you can hear it.
Oh yeah,
totally. Hear parts and some of that kind of stuff.
Mountains is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a pain to death. And a loved one, and it's gorgeous.
But they kind of
yes, the overt masculinity was thriving in '85 for them, and I think Peter Steele took a good bit of influence from them. In just not just the music, but the image.
Yeah. The sort of what
Max Furs.
What I wrote down: surface-dwelling neo-barbarians of the post-nuclear wasteland, which I probably think picked up from some parts of your book. Honestly, I think you.
Well, I was going to say that sounds like it's from the back cover of the first Manowar album.
Yeah.
First Carnivore album, where they're describing the post, Armageddon layout of the land, and how they'd come up to surface to find, easy meat.
And it's cool because I just got done listening to there's a film podcast out of Detroit with kind of people in Mark and I's kind of more Mark circles with some people that we know, and they did it was like 6.5 hours, but it was on all 4 Mad Max movies, and they had a bunch of interviews with different people. And so the last week or so, I kind of, as I was driving and getting ready for school, kind of blasted through those. And so it was really apropos that I was listeing to that, and all of a sudden started doing research on Carnivore, and I was like, okay, this is like all fitting together for me now,
Yeah,
so,
I can see that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like basically what we got with Carnivore is you have Louis still in the band on drums. And how do you say his last name?
Beto.
Beto. Okay,
I suppose if you're French, you'd say it differently, but
Beto,
as I was writing the book and talking to him, it seemed like it was Beto.
And then Pete takes kind of a stage name, with Petrus T. Steele,
Sure.
Because Pete's original, how do you pronounce Pete's real last name?
Retaliation.
Okay. Yeah. Polish, I think, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And then they bring in a guitar player, Keith Alexander Bonanno. Is that how you say it? Bonanno?
Just Keith Alexander. That's how he was credited.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Gotcha.
I saw a lot of first album. Yeah.
Yep. And he's just on that first record. And he's, they talk about, I think you talk about in the book that he's not maybe the most astute guitar player, but he's I think he worked exactly for what he needed, for what they needed then. Yeah. Sure. I think he was perfect for what they needed. Sure. He went on to a band called Primal Scream, not the alt rock noise band. Yeah.
But they weren't very good. But look, the vision in this band is always Peter Steele. I mean, that's just how it is. Even through Typo Negative's history, I don't want to diminish the role of the other guys, but that was his writing.
Sure,
every bit of it.
And then you kind of and we're going to kind of go through the individual songs that we're going to hear in this kind of first big set here, but just to kind of move the set pieces around, basically, Keith Alexander leaves in '86 because I think around that time, Pete's starting to really start to embrace a lot more of the kind of crossover kind of element.
Oh yeah. He was going to the CBGB matinees on Sundays and, shaved his hair, shaved his beautiful long black locks and became a hardcore guy. But, again, we can talk about this when we get there, but that's very, we hear that on Retaliation. Mm-hmm. Yet, he retained the essence of what he was.
Sure.
It's still true Carnivore, no doubt.
Yep. And by that point on the Retaliation, they bring in Mark Piavanetti. Piavanetti. Yep. There you go. Who was in the Crumbsuckers, right? I think so.
After Carnivore, he was in the Crumbsuckers.
Is that what it was? Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah. And so that kind of, sets up the set pieces to all that kind of stuff. They signed a Roadrunner. They released their debut there. You've got that great Sean Taggart kind of red and black kind of cover logo thing going on.
Yeah. Very simple, but man, that I grabbed that. I bought it. I was like, that looks amazing.
I had always heard about Carnivore, especially when I first got into Typo Negative. And for my Typo Negative story, I was, and we'll talk more about this probably when we get into Bloody Kisses, but I was driving around. I was a freshman in high school. I was in the car with my mom. I didn't have my license yet. And Christian Woman came on the radio. We were listening to some rock station and they were doing like a countdown of new albums or whatever. And I mean, I'll talk more about it when we get to Christian Woman, but I was just like stunned. I was like, what the fuck am I hearing on the radio right now? And I instantly fell in love. So I didn't know anything about Carnivore. I didn't know anything about, Slow, Deep and Hard. So I kind of went backwards through all that stuff. And I think I remember as a kid, Carnivore stuff was not something I ran into very often in the early to mid 90s.
I wouldn't imagine.
No.
Yeah.
Were they out of print? I don't even know, but it was something that just wasn't.
They were out of print then.
Readily available. Okay. So I'm a relative newcomer, I guess, to Carnivore in the last, couple decades or so. But, how would you describe Carnivore to newcomers, maybe people that are only fans of Typo that have never really sort of dipped their toe in that? I mean, Grant, we're going to hear them in a second, but
I think we have to acknowledge that Carnivore was the place where Pete Steele found his low baritone that he's known for. I mean, through Male Supremacy and a couple moments on the second album. I also feel like they're just a hybrid, we've talked about thrash and hardcore and doom and even some kind of darker rock from the 70s. They're all of that, they were really the ultimate kind of mishmash and they couldn't be placed very easily. Ferocious, almost ridiculous aggression.
Yeah. I mean, Predator right out the gates, right?
Yeah. And the way they mixed his voice in, it sounds, not only does it sound double tracked, but there's just shitloads of reverb all over it, which was not a tactic that they used ever since on his voice. Mm-hmm. So the Carnivore album is kind of unique in that sense, where you have Peter Steele just being so overbearing in the mix.
And like,
but
really
I think that's
verbose too, and like the way he's like his delivery. like this,
Yes.
Mike Muir kind of like crossover, like rat-a-tat, like but you eventually see that in Typo Negative as well. But like that was like kind of disarming for me when I first heard this years ago. Just like,
Oh yeah, Predator is like Hella Waits. Yeah, Predator is like Hella Waits Slayer.
Yeah, the speed.
You have just like
it's like Praise the Death. Yeah,
exactly. It's just so many words crammed into a verse.
You know what it reminded me of, Jeff, and you're going to be really happy when I say this. It reminded me of Holy Terror.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, no resurrection and do unto others. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But this is like 86. This predates Holy Terror, 85, 86. This predates Holy Terror. This predates all that. It was compelling to me because I was already getting into all different kinds of metal at that time. And they sort of brought it all together. Like there was melodic stuff, there was like dissonant stuff, there was fast stuff, super, super slow stuff.
Yeah, there's the doomy part that's like Manowar-ish in this song. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, they just weren't like anything else. Yet there were touchstones to about 6 different things that I loved that nobody else was doing. So there was definitely a sense of originality right away. And I don't, that's the trademark of Peter Steele is like,
absolutely. He's stuff. He is the very definition of that kind of concept of progressive.
It's total trademark.
Everything he's doing.
There's nothing else like this.
And I love like the sound effects, even on Predator. You've got the helicopter. You've got sinister laughing. There's these tongue-in-cheek lyrics that are going to be very much a part of Peter Steele. Bon appetit. Yep. Jesus. Yep. I mean, I laugh like audibly when like that part comes in. But I think Male Supremacy is like the tune that we probably want to unpack off that debut, because there's so much happening in that song that I think is like kind of future bearing in a sense. I mean, first off, you've got the subject matter, which we've sort of alluded to, that the band didn't really seem to shy away from, controversy with like God is Dead and the song Carnivore and Male Supremacy. I mean, I guess it's kind of the elephant in the room, maybe, which is how do you kind of compartmentalize Pete's lyrics in terms of like where they fit in today? Do you just sort of say that was the era? He was just sort of
I definitely
shock value,
I definitely say it's the era. I also think that people just need to relax a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm very right wing, but at the same time, I'm almost embarrassed by how.
You mean left wing?
Sorry, I meant left wing.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Can you edit that, please? Can I just re-say that and you edit that? Because I don't want to say I'm right wing.
Yeah, no. I panicked. I was like, man, Jeff and I were catching up this summer.
Let me
really
re-say
weird.
That, please.
Jeff just got radicalized,
Okay,
so radical research. So
no, but I'm super, super left wing, but I also feel like I'm embarrassed by how we can't laugh at differences anymore and just acknowledge differences anymore. And I think that's where Male Supremacy was coming from. It was obviously before this hyper PC era.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, I'm extremely liberal in so many ways, but like, I think we just need to just look at this and just look at it as character, as fiction, as
a story, man. It's free
speech. Exactly.
It's
a movie.
Not real.
It's a
he didn't think these things. They're, no, it's fantasy.
And I know, from talking to so many people having written the book and all, he was very sensitive to the women he was with. He was very complex. This is a whole other episode that we need to unpack, and we don't want to do it now. But he was a lot more complicated than it looks on the surface of something like Male Supremacy.
Yeah.
And again, I think that middle section where he's brooding, the low register, it's very romantic. I mean, to me, that's very pro-female and like, look, I'm here for you. You take what you want. You do what you want. I'm here for you. It was like after the war, I come home weak and sore. I fall into your arms. I mean, like that's kind of beautiful. I don't want to be affected by the bullshit Me Too stuff. I think a lot of that's legit, of course. But I also want to be able to like live a fantasy from 1985 if I want to with this band.
Well, I mean, and no one listens to like Tomb of the Mutilated and really thinks like that's anything but like fantasy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know, so
Sure.
why?
Of course.
Yeah,
Of
and
course.
these guys are dressing in costumes and like Mad Max. Like, just kind of run with it a little bit. You know,
Yeah,
they're playing
and-
some
right,
characters
right.
and
I think if you can get there, in 2021, then you can completely enjoy the first Carnivore album for what it is.
And if
Sure.
not,
You know,
then
and-
you're
and we
just
get into
an insufferable
Retaliation.
Bore. Yeah.
Yeah. We get into the second album. That's no easier to take for some people.
no, yeah,
You
for
know,
sure.
USA for USA. I'm a little bit, that's a little bit too right for me, but I get it.
Yeah.
He was also always the ultimate devil's advocate, and I
Yes.
think we have to keep that in mind as well.
He was trying to poke the bear whenever he could,
Yeah.
get reactions,
Tongue in
and-
cheek, always.
Yep.
Always.
Well, one thing you kind of focus on it a little with Male Supremacy, but I mean that part around the 3.5 minute mark in Male Supremacy, when the whole song kind of slows down and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, in a lot of ways, that's kind of like the origin of Typo Negative.
It is.
Yeah.
I think I write that in Soul on Fire, and I remember listening to that as a 16-year-old and going, I have never heard anything like this. Like, I had no reference point for that. Maybe people who had listened to Bauhaus or Susie and the Banshees had a reference point, but I wasn't familiar with that stuff at that time.
Well, in fact, Jeff, I'd like to read you some of your own words for a second, because I only pulled out a couple little parts from the book for the episode, but this was one I thought you succinctly really did.
Okay.
If you'll allow it, is embarrassing.
Yeah, sure.
But you basically said one of the most remarkable moments on Carnivore is the section that foreshadows where Peter would take his music the following decade. Male Supremacy is typical Carnivore in its heaviest moments, but the break after the 3-minute mark is a complete severance from metal orthodoxy. The churning pace suddenly becomes quiet and reflective as a sultry vocals delivers a sumptuous, memorable melody. Throughout this passage, Peter shows he can sing, and with incredible passion too. While his deep melodic voice isn't as husky or commanding as it would become, the song shows very clearly that he had a gift. With the lyrics and melodies being unusually tender, the thermonuclear warrior shows his romantic side, coming home weak and sore after the war, joining with his lover for much needed respite from the chaos. The line, "When on the fur, I make love to her, how her body sings," is followed by a gorgeous bass solo. And then you go on from there. But I thought, so well put. And it was, what I was thinking when I was making my notes before I even found that passage, is I kind of just wrote, is this like the origin of Type O? And I think we all kind of hear it in that moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got the same thing in my notes.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, thanks for that. And I'm reminded that that's all I've ever thought, really, is that that's the first point where we hear that seed of what would happen on Bloody Kisses.
And you even go on, like, in a later paragraph to say, like, it's like gothic metal before Paradise Lost and Tiamat and things like that,
sure.
So
easily. Yeah. Well, I mean, and that sort of informs you about how broad of a listener Peter Steele was. Like, he was listening to Duran Duran at the time. Mm-hmm. He was listening to The Cure. He was listening to a lot of different things like that at the time. So, it really stuck out like a sore thumb in 85, 86 when that stuff started coming out.
No thrash band was doing anything quite like that.
No, not even close. Not even close. Yet, I mean, we spent a lot of time on 2.5 minutes here, and I got to mention that the great lead bass solo. The great melodic section where he just takes the lead. He just goes with it, and it's beautiful. And then we get back to about 30 more minutes of absolute crushing insanity.
Yeah.
So you can see why that would be really attractive as a 16-year-old kid. Yep.
So. And then by early 86, to kind of continue the narrative, you get a new Carnivore song, Angry Neurotic Catholics, that emerges with kind of a new lyrical focus, which seems to kind of coincide with this kind of evolution of both their sound and their image. They kind of start to ditch, I think, some of the more Mad Max-ish type kind of regalia.
For sure.
And then kind of out of that comes Retaliation. And this is, as we kind of mentioned, Pete's really digging on the, Agnostic Front and Crumbsuckers and that New York HC scene. And he even helps kind of write some lyrics, infamously Public Assistance for the Cause for Alarm kind of record and stuff. But I mean, I guess what's your take on the second Carnivore record? To me,
it's a lot more of a natural step than it seems now. I remember hearing it then maybe not knowing so much about his dabbling in the hardcore scene, other than seeing a picture in Metal Forces of him playing live with Carnivore and a shaved head. And that was shocking enough. I was like, holy shit, that's not at all, the previous Carnivore. Sound wise, when I got the album, I remember it's just, I don't want to divorce it too much from the original album, the first album, because I do think it's got a bleakness and a hopelessness that the post-apocalyptic Carnivore talked about in the first album. I think it's still there. What I think he brought into it was, I grew up a Catholic. I grew up neurotic because I grew up a Catholic. I grew up in Brooklyn. Well, what are my thoughts on that? He brought a lot of that real life experience into Carnivore for the first time. The first album's complete fantasy. You could pick it apart and say that here's this moment or here's this moment that like maybe coincides with a little bit of it, like life experience. But really, Retaliation was just Carnivore now in the real world. Like, the bombs have dropped. We are now living. We are now, there are still people that think they're Catholic. There are still people calling this place Brooklyn. We have technophobia. We're scared of this shit.
It's like a survival album.
It was post-apocalyptic, if you will. And so I think it made a ton of sense. And I think it made a ton of sense for him to go hardcore. If that's what he was getting into, if he was going to the Sunday matinees at CBGB, well, this makes a shitload of sense then. The rage. But yet I still think it was a way more interesting album than you got on the first album in terms of delving into who he really was as a person.
Yeah, especially like Ground Zero Brooklyn, it
was very vulnerable. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I guess one thing about the songs we're going to hear, like when you talk about angry neurotic Catholics, I hear a lot of like suicidal tendency kind of crossover kind of stuff. I even hear a little Anthrax, like spreading the disease kind of when they slow down, the catchy breakdown, stand up straight, that kind of thing.
Yep.
And you got Pete's like kind of bass distortion. That's really sort of interesting in this.
Right.
Kind of a foundational thing for him. I mean, the lead bass on Male Supremacy, and then that kind of distorted sound that he kind of starts evolving here. And then, Ground Zero Brooklyn, pretty fascinating in terms of that opening, because like one thing that kind of jumped out to me is it almost feels like Louis blasting, almost has like a grind kind of feel.
Oh yeah. If you look at this, 87, and this is the year that Scum by Napalm Death came out. I think Louis blasting just as hard as Napalm Death at this point, as Mick Harris. I'm not making comparisons with those two. But I do think that Retaliation needs to be looked at as almost as much of a grind album as it is a thrash album, as it is a extreme hardcore album. It grinds for sure.
Which is fascinating because where Carnivore turns into, which is Repulsion. So there's like that weird, like kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know.
It's a very weird kind of married spirit,
Yeah.
And I mean, even like Technophobia, the third song we'll hear in this next set from Retaliation, like the riff at the opening almost reminds me of old Napalm or even early Terrorizer. It has that same kind of tone to it a little.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's getting into this sort of technical oppressive area where it's just very, very dense. And I think it's kind of state of the art stuff.
Yeah. It's like Siege of Powers. I think the Napalm song.
Yeah, man. It's great. Yeah. It's so they're right there with it. And wonderful album. Love it.
And I think Technophobia is like kind of like Male Supremacy. You've got, it sounds like a kind of standard kind of Carnivore song. And then like halfway through the song, this like gothic doom fucking breakdown shows up, into the reactor, when Pete screams that, fucking awesome, so that's probably my favorite Carnivore song. I mean, I don't have experience, but Technophobia is kind of real up there for me. I don't know about you.
What's the classical piece that they reference in this?
Good question.
I know it, but I don't know the name.
Yeah. I think if I looked it up, I'd find it, but I don't recall.
I guess I could have done that.
Yeah.
There were a lot of things I heard like throughout doing research for not just Carnivore, but Type O, where I would like have this like itch I couldn't scratch. I'm like, this is sounding like something I know, but I couldn't quite put my Like it was driving me nuts with Technophobia, that opening riff. I was like listening to like Terrorizer songs and like Napalm songs. I was like, what is this fucking riff? You know?
Yeah.
Well, the thing Power was the only thing that jumped out, but I don't know.
Oh, well, I mean, and that's a good one. I feel like Pete not only was he was a great writer because he was a great listener. I think he listened deeply. I think he listened broadly. And I think that informed everything he did. And we see it all over Retaliation.
Sure.
No question. Yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, I think we've talked long enough in this big introduction. So let's get into some tunes here. What we're going to hear is Predator and Male Supremacy from the debut from Carnivore's 1985 record. And then 2 years later, a trio of tunes from Retaliation. We're going to hear Angry Neurotic Catholics, Ground Zero Brooklyn, and then we'll end with Technophobia.
After the war, I come home weak and sore. I fall into your arms. We lie by the fire, you feed my desire. With me safe and warm. Outside the wind blows cold, inside the embers glow, shelter from the storm. It's true, I do battle for Jesus, I beg of thee, don't take my life. Return me to the womb from which I was torn. Birth is a sin, and the punishment is death. I wish you had left me unborn.
You just heard Technophobia, and before that you heard, oh my gosh, I lost my notes. Oh, I set something on it. So
Ground Zero
Technophobia, Ground Zero Brooklyn, Angry Neurotic Catholics, and then we opened with the 1-2 punch of Predator and Male Supremacy. So now we've kind of come to the end of the sort of the prologue to all this, which of course is Carnivore, and we start kind of navigating through this kind of sea of how we finally get to Typo Negative. Basically after touring off the record, Pete kind of realized the limits of Carnivore. I think you tell a story in the book, Jeff, about some band that they were opening for that just had like a much bigger reaction than them. It might even been Suicidal Tendencies. And they kind of realized like the limitations of what they were going to get. You know what I mean?
They were verging on the eclectic at that point.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. And so I guess talk us, through the breakup a little bit, some things that you might want to add from that you learned from the book, and kind of how we get to Repulsion and the kind of formation of Typo here a little,
Post Retaliation, there was a song that Peter came up with called White and Proud, which drummer Louis Beto took great exception to in terms of how blatant that sounded to him. That song eventually morphed into Der Untermensch on the first Typo Negative.
Yep.
It was basically about
he had a pretty negative experience.
Well, some of his thoughts on how he thought minorities were privileged because they were poor, or how they were scraping off the system because they were poor. I really, I don't think, and there's a number of moments in the book that kind of, underscore this, but he was not racist at all. I just think he felt like there was he saw a tipping point happening, where he was like white and had a job and made less money than somebody who was poor and didn't have a job and was of a different color. So I think look, he's being devil's advocate. He's also, speaking from the majority voice, which is never going to be all that popular, I think.
I think too, as a history teacher, you see this pattern sometimes, especially with like second or third generation kind of immigrants, because they have had to sort of scrape to kind of realize the American dream in some ways. And so they tend sometimes, at least initially, to be maybe less sympathetic to people that they might see that didn't have to make some of those same sacrifices that they made. And again, that's probably an oversimplification of something that's way more complex, but it is definitely a pattern.
It is. But then, there's another oversimplification that he would often make, which was like, look, I'm not racist. I fucking hate everybody. I hate white as much as I do everybody else.
That great song on Bloody Kisses, right? We hate everyone.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's just really about humanity, right? It's not about race. It's not about color. It's about humanity and how bullshit it all is, really. It boils down to politics. It boils down to favoritism, and it doesn't matter what color you are. You're going to be on the short side of the stick at some point.
Well, it was a time too in the realm that, there was a lot of kind of, Reaganomics were pretty popular, and a lot of like Reagan talking points was just kind of anti-affirmative action and some of that. And that probably led into the spirit of the times, as they say, the zeitgeist.
It did. I also think we have to look at the sonics of this whole thing, right? It's not just about the lyrics. I mean, I care less about the lyrics than I do about the music and where it went. And I think that he was absorbing some of the sort of industrial influences that were coming around in the late 80s.
He was into Throbbing Gristle and Skinny Puppy.
Exactly. So here we have
Transcende.
Here we have a guy that's like really doesn't have a band anymore because Louis was not on board with some of the lyrics. They could never find a solid guitarist. He was on his own, and he was writing the third Carnivore album, and that turned into Repulsion, and the None More Negative cassette that came out as Repulsion's demo. They started playing shows around New York. They had they had hard hats. They had like sort of, yellow caution tape separating them from the audience. I mean, they started to build this, kind of post-apocalyptic or just kind of futuristic sort of endeavor. And he
kind of combines it with this kind of working class attitude too. This kind of, the stuff that he was doing, whether it be construction or the garbage stuff,
Yes.
or the stuff he eventually did with landscaping.
Parks
There
and
is
Rec
that
department.
yeah. There's very much that kind of. So I think of the hard hats as kind of almost like part of that symbology of.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this was more real world than, say, the first Carnivore album. We were now, Pete dealing with actual rage that of things that actually happened to him, hypocrisies that he was actually seeing, and he was doing it in a way that was very epic. Like, he was writing these longer songs, a lot of spots for keyboards. It was multi-part in terms of the arrangements. Just really ambitious. I mean, almost proggy in a way. If you look at prog, it's just something that's just kind of like, going against the usual, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, fade out thing. He was really constructing these monolithic type compositions. And eventually Repulsion had to change their name because of the Michigan Repulsion, of course, had rights to that, clear rights to that. And he changed it to
Sub-Zero, right?
Very, very, very briefly Sub-Zero, and then Typo Negative. And here's where we find them. And he has a new band. He's collected.
He met Sal in Sal. 89, right?
Yeah, Sal was the first person he had met that became part of Typo Negative. Shortly after that,
then I think introduced him to Kenny.
And then Josh Silver on keyboards. And Josh Silver is huge here, not just sonically, although he's a huge part sonically.
He produces it, right?
He co-produces, he plays the keyboards, which are a huge factor here. Which, keyboards weren't something we heard much of in Carnivore music, but we hear a lot of in Typo. But Josh and Peter had grown up as kids. I mean, there's a picture I run in Soul on Fire where they're like 8, 9, 10 years old, forming their first bands together. So Josh was a kid on the block, in Brooklyn where he grew up, and now part of Typo Negative. So sure. This is where we find Peter. I want to say, we're going to listen to this stuff, but when I first got Slow, Deep, and Hard, I bought it just as a Carnivore fan, knowing that Pete Steele was behind it, figuring that I would love it. Indeed, I did. I thought it was phenomenal. I still do. But to me, it's always sounded like just a more eclectic Carnivore. Like I feel a link. I definitely feel a link between Retaliation and Slow, Deep, and Hard. I feel like it's just this prog rock version of Carnivore. And I think just the listening bears that out.
And I think that was probably why it was hard for me the first time I heard Slow, Deep, and Hard, because I was thinking through the lens of Bloody Kisses, and then I went backwards.
Oh yeah.
And I had a real tough time for a while with it. And then I eventually kind of was able to pull apart the songs and really get something out of it, because I didn't really know about the sort of anger and the roots of Carnivore and some of the tongue-in-cheek kind of machismo kind of stuff that was going on. So it was hard for me to wrap my head around that as like a high school kid that didn't have any context,
Sure. I can understand that.
I mean, one other thing that's kind of going on in the backstory to this, and I think, and I'm not using this to make excuses for some of the lyrics that Pete was kind of writing, but I mean, he was kind of lost and frustrated. Suicidal in 89 and things like that. And so, I mean, again, I'm not excusing that, but I think that probably went into some of his rantings and things, because he's just not a person that was very centered at this point. And he's trying to kind of discover who he wants to become, and it comes through with a lot of these songs,
What Slow, Deep, and Hard is you get 50% of the real experience that he was having as a human being, and then you get the other 50%, which is fantasy. It sort of takes what he experienced, the horrible things that he was experiencing, whether it was like betrayal by a woman, suicidal thoughts and actions, and there were actions. There was blood on all over a car, as you read in Soul on Fire, Verified. There's a lot of things, and then the other 50% is just, where does he take that? Right? How does he cope with this? And that's the fantasy of the world of music, the world of this creation of his. This is where he takes the fantasy of killing the guy, and maybe the girl who was unfaithful to him, We get all kinds of crazy psychotic hyperbole throughout the album. This is what that album is. This is where we find Pete Steele. It's not a comfortable moment.
No,
Not supposed to be. He just happened to be a guy, young guy who'd done Carnivore and found himself with a Roadrunner Records contract, who had some serious fucking issues and was an amazing writer and an amazing artist. And this is what we hear throughout Slow, Deep, and Hard. I mean, it's a very difficult album.
For sure. And I don't hear it any differently than I would maybe something like Jane Doe from Converge, which has this sort of breakup kind of cathartic quality to it too, you know, like trying to purge feelings and stuff. And maybe it's the lyrics are different, but it's like the same thing. It's just
you get it. You get it. I mean, the first Glassjaw album is like that. It's just it's a breakup album, and it's fucking hard to listen to.
Sure.
I guess Slow, Deep, and Hard could be considered a breakup album. It could be considered a breakup plus
it's like a revenge
homicidal revenge fantasy album too.
But I mean, incorporates all those things that all of us felt, but most of us don't have like a document to hold up and look at, like, wow, how young and uninformed were we?
How young and fucked up we were.
Like, nobody's gonna look at my old sketchbooks with my ramblings of being so sad I'm never gonna be happy again shit in high school. But you put this album out, like, it's always gonna be dissected and gone through and over evaluated. And
it's a really good point.
But I think for anybody that accuses this of like misogyny, like, I would rather see this than something like real. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, it exists as art. It's you're purging because you don't want to be acting on this in the day to day, right?
Yeah.
People also need to remember things like Glass Walls of Limbo and Misinterpretation of Silence and Its Disastrous Consequences. I mean, these two songs in the middle of the back half of Slow, Deep, and Hard are like the most arty, and this is like 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Arty, soundscape type stuff. I mean, it wasn't just about these kind of misogynistic lyrics. It was about
anger. Yep.
And I hope people remember Slow, Deep, and Hard that way. I hope they listen to it from A to Z and take that stuff in, because then they will get those songs, they will get those tracks, they will get that passage of 7.5 minutes that's very eclectic. I mean, probably still to this day, some of the most eclectic things that have ever happened on Roadrunner Records this side of Storm Corrosion. I mean, it is. Yeah, no doubt. It is so like experimental, in certain ways too. That's the part that I think people forget. Like, for a band that kind of sold 1 million records on the next record that we'll be getting into, they're super unconventional. Like, totally.
I mean, even Black Number One that we started off with is an 11-minute fucking hit song. I mean, that's strange as fuck.
No, I remember getting Slow, Deep, and Hard, and like, even as a Carnivore fan already, I was like, oh shit, there's nothing like this out there. I mean, there's just nothing to compare that to. It just sits in a world of its own. And I think that's, even when they changed and they really found themselves on Bloody Kisses, I still think Typo Negative to the very end were a band that sat completely on their own island. There's nothing like that. Yes, plenty of Doom Thread. That's fine. But they just really, they're their own beast. And that's it. That's, period.
Yeah.
So I guess, they arrive at the name Typo Negative. They announce it in May of 91. I think they announced it on a show that they were playing with like Biohazard, White Zombie, Cro-Mags, Leeway. Yep. And you've got this great quote, people kind of, I think they were asking Josh, I can't remember if this is from the book or somewhere else that I kind of found, but they asked Josh about the band name, and he says, we don't consider the name negatively. We consider it realistic. Optimism to me is a shroud of denial. Just look at the world around you. It's pretty obvious. Life is a waiting room for death. And I was like, that's pretty fucking doom. You know what I mean? It's I
want to tell you about Josh Silver. He's an amazing human being. He's every bit as icy and caustic as that sounds. He's also shit. You're gonna have to edit this. What's the name for somebody who is in an ambulance all the time?
EMS.
Oh, he's EMT.
Yeah, Josh Silver's an EMT.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder about people under his care. I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, life is a waiting room for death.
I know.
Hey, welcome.
But that's the thing. I really think Type O were playing characters. I think they were living something beyond what they even were as human beings. I think they were just living a fantasy. So I think that Josh
so. Anybody that's going to be
a good guy.
An EMT is not going to be a nihilist.
Sure.
Ultimately.
Josh can play the nihilist card all he wants, and he does well with it. And I think there's a lot of that's truth for him.
Sure.
But I also think there's something about being, doing something with purpose, doing something that matters.
Well, I think if you interpret it as nihilism, I doubt. I think it's more of just like a protective armor for like what those people probably see on a day-to-day basis for you to cope through fucking, speaking of coping, unsuccessfully coping, but so I think you're kind of spot on there. And speaking of Josh, I did find in old Decibel issue going way, way back to the mid 2000s, Josh was interviewed by Decibel, and he basically reflected on each of the records in the Type O Negative discography. And here's what he had to say about Slow, Deep, and Hard. He said, "I love Slow, Deep, and Hard, one of my favorite Type O records. I think lyrically Peter was on fire, and I love that. It's pure aggression. The production is shit, and it's appropriate for the material. It just all worked together. The sound and the material are marriage. It was sonic diarrhea and the birth of an identity. Carnivore was a prelude in some respects, but Type O really took that whole sludge thing to, 8 levels. Even though it sold only 150,000 copies, it's still a really good record." So,
wow. So much to say there.
Yeah.
He, for one, 150,000 records at this day and age would be just
incredible
success. Yeah. So there's that. But also, I feel like, I feel like we don't talk enough about maybe the sonics of Type O. No, let's just forget about the lyrics. But I think the sound picture, especially if you're into hi-fi, like where the bass sits in relation to the keyboards, in relation to the vocals, in relation to the guitar, it's very, very different than what it is for most bands that we talk.
Where do they pull that from? Because I was thinking about that question too.
I think that here's where it starts. It starts with Pete Steele.
Okay.
Not to stay on him, but some band members in Carnivore and Type O, I know this for a fact, and I don't think I wrote much about this in the book. There might be one quote. A lot of band members try to get him to have a more traditional, quote unquote, traditional bass sound, because it's so hard to record and so hard to deal with, just to put it across right for the final recording. He refused. He would always refuse. So his bass tone, obviously, we'll hear it throughout all this. We can hear it in Carnivore. We can hear it throughout all Type O, is very, very unusual, right? Shitloads of mids, some highs, a lot less low throbbing bass, but it's there. It's just different. It's not traditional bass at all. It's like a lead instrument. It's almost like they had no bass. He was playing something else, right?
Yeah.
It just happened to have 4 strings.
So like a flanger or something that makes that that tone. It's just, it's hard to
it's weird. It's a flange. It's something unique to him. Yeah. I mean, we don't know exactly what it is. I never found out exactly what it was, but then Kenny Hickey had to come in and like throw guitar onto that or mesh with it somehow. And I think it was very difficult for him. And so the Slow, Deep, and Hard album sounds so weird, but this is the sonic sort of blueprint that they would follow until the end. And to me, that's one of the reasons I'm a huge Type O fan. And it's just the texture alone. Right.
Yeah.
That's huge for me.
Yeah. I don't think I realized probably as a kid when I was listening to it, that was bass all the time, because it was a lead instrument. And I had no context to think of bass any other way outside of maybe kind of like what it did sometimes with Iron Maiden, Well,
he was a huge fan of Geezer Butler. And I think Geezer was a very prominent forward bassist. And I think he took that kind of to what he thought was the next level.
Yeah, because even in power trios, that Rush kind of forms out of that sort of model. The guitar is obviously the leading kind of thing, So Rush kind of like inverted the rules on that a little bit, but it's weird because when Type O is so singular. Like even though they're kind of picking from Sabbath here, maybe Manowar here, this that no one else does anything that sounds like Typo. There's never been another copycat band that is even remotely close to Typo.
Yep. Straight up.
And, yeah, I can't even really wrap my head around it, And speaking of kind of the singularity of it too, like, I mean, in your book, they kind of mention when they're talking about Slow, Deep, and Hard, this idea that they sort of use the uniqueness and singularity of bands like the Beatles or Kiss as like a model to set themselves apart, the way that those bands kind of set themselves apart, whether it be the aesthetics or the cover art or the color schemes or just like the approach to songwriting. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's
really my God, that's a whole other facet you bring up. I mean, that's world building. That's when we start to get into like, not just music, not just tones, not just production and writing and all that. It's about sort of the introduction of it to your senses, to the public.
The iconography,
what it looks like, exactly. And the thing about Beatles and Kiss was that they had 4 very distinct personalities, and that's what Typo wanted. And if you look at their art, the way that each guy's presented, the way that each guy is in the mix, it just works as this kind of collective almost. So I think that they took great cues from those kinds of bands, in terms of like, we are 4 separate entities, and we all 4 contribute equally to the final sound, like, I think for the most part, they pulled that off pretty well.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Absolutely. And I mean, the other thing kind of contextually, us being kind of the historian podcast that we sort of sometimes try and pretend that we are, when they released this in June of 91, it's like such a weird fucking American metal hard music landscape. And they almost like fit in with like how fucking weird it is, Yeah. Even though this isn't the record that blows up, it's going to be more Bloody Kisses. Like, they sort of fit in. I think you mentioned maybe Jane's Addiction and Faith No More, and you got Soundgarden and Alice in Chains, and these.
By 91, Voivod's doing Angel Rat. They're changing. They're shifting. This was a time of hybridization, and they fit in really well. I don't think they reaped the rewards then, as they did 2 years later. But this fits right in with all that. This kind of like, taking from all the different hard rock and metal disciplines and just kind of having, no rules with it. No defined shape needs to happen. It's just, it's a bit of a melting pot at this point.
Sure.
And,
sure.
Yeah. That's one of the many things that makes this debut album by Typo very interesting.
So let's talk a little bit about the trio of tunes that we're going to kind of pick apart here, because there's a lot going on in all these songs, but, the first tune is the opening cut, Unsuccessfully Coping with the Natural Beauty of Infidelity.
I'm glad you said the whole song title.
Yeah. Well, I won't do it for Gravitational Constant, so good luck. If you want to, go ahead.
No.
It's
your podcast, man.
Yeah. I'm bad at math. I teach history for a reason. But I think in a lot of ways that song, like you said, you brought it up when you bought this and took it home. To me, this song, like musically, really bridges that kind of hardcore crossover roots of Carnivore, into what's going to become Typo. And I think like the first 3 minutes might kind of be out of the Carnivore camp, but man, by the time you hit 3 minutes and that like doomy gothic acoustic thing happens, and you got kind of female orgasm moans happening, like we're in Typo land. That's kind of a new, you heard bits of it with Supremacy, male supremacy and stuff, but like, this is like, okay, this is Typo the way I think of it,
Yeah.
And some bleak passages throughout. I mean, it's much bleaker and doomier in certain ways. Obviously before you get that kind of great, the breakup tirade, lush keyboards. I mean, the element of keyboards is so really interesting to this.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete even lifts some of the chord progression from Simple Minds. Don't you forget about me, especially near the end, which I think.
Good call. I don't know If is that something you detected or read about?
I poked around somewhere and I heard, I can't remember where I saw that, but I was, again, remember I kept talking about all these itches I couldn't scratch, and that was one I couldn't. And all of a sudden I came across it on some 10 things you didn't know about countdown somewhere. And I was like, oh fuck, that makes so much sense. You know,
I mean I hadn't thought of that, but as soon as you said it, I thought, yeah, okay, totally. And then, that's a lot of the kind of music he was into at the time too. Like I said, Duran, Simple Minds, he was open to this stuff as well as he was, anything else. I mean, he was a Manowar fan, he was a Black Sabbath fan, but it went quite a ways further than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's funny because I've kind of been like this summer, I've been sort of, I bought a Simple Minds box set and got a lot of their early records. And I even went back into Human League and some of the bands that I just was too young for that stuff. And I think when I was growing up, I thought that stuff wasn't cool because I'm a 90s kid or a late 80s, 90s kid or something, but I've really grown to appreciate how dark some of those records are. Oh,
the early Human League stuff, the first two before they got the females, man, those are fantastic.
And even Simple Mind, I didn't realize how artsy Simple Mind used to be.
They do get art rocky for sure.
Pretty fascinating.
Yep.
And so then, the song's long, but around that 7:30 mark, I said, this is where typo comes to fruition. And you've got this sort of Bach-like kind of horror organ sound that's kind of pouring through.
Yeah.
And then Pete's doing this deep voice kind of talk. And it's almost like this Danse Macabre kind of funeral march kind of feeling that's before all of a sudden he comes right back to the reprise of I Know You're Fucking Someone Else, but it's
and this kind of 50s rock sort of cadence as well.
Yeah.
It's all too much at that point. Right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on Unsuccessfully Coping? Do you have some things?
Oh, I love it. I mean, just as you're saying, did you ask me or Mark?
Either of you guys, really. Yeah.
Well, Jeff started, so keep going.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just going to say, exactly as you said, Jason, it's got all those elements. And to me, the first time I heard it was the first time I sat down to listen to the whole album. And I thought, this is everything I expected. And then a shitload more. I mean, it's really quintessential typo. There's no question about it. So yeah, it has to be played in this block, period. I have probably more favorite moments on this album, but this Unsuccessfully Coping is as definitive, I guess, as it gets.
I'm curious if your guys' favorite moment is my favorite moment, because it's going to happen in the next song we're going to talk about. So I'm kind of curious.
Oh, interesting.
if we're there. Yeah. And you did pull out a lyric too, Jeff, do you believe in forever? I don't even believe in tomorrow.
Yeah. I opened the Soul on Fire book with that, and I think it's just perfect.
Yeah.
It says everything you need to know about his mentality.
Yeah, Mark, what are your thoughts on Unsuccessfully Coping?
It was similar. I put a precursor to Black Number One, or an evolution in that kind of thing. I think we're kind of all on the same page there. I got a little bit of Celtic Frost. I think they're like kindred spirits almost with Celtic Frost as far as creativity and what they're doing, not necessarily tone or anything, but
a collective.
Good call.
Yeah.
Yep, good call. Totally.
Celtic Frost was clearly listening to things way beyond metal too, and it's very clear in terms of what was bleeding into them, so,
Yep.
Then we go to maybe the longest song on the record. I can't remember, but I think it is just barely Prelude to Agony. And, this has kind of an interesting sort of trajectory in terms of it almost has movements. And I think a lot of the songs kind of have movements, but this one in particular, I wrote down because it says starts with the truth, then God, love, fire, woman, death is part 2. Then there's the notorious jackhammer rape. And then there's pain is irrelevant is the sort of 4th movement of the song. And again, playing with somebody else's riff a little bit. There's a little Hole in the Sky, Sabbath kind of riff, playing around in this song. And I just said, bring on the doom, man. That sort of dirgy, 2-minute opening before you get this kind of gothic industrial kind of rocky part around the 2-minute mark. And there's even some cool Bathory riffs that lead into the jackhammer rape sort of part. I got a little bit of that, Just that sort of simple, that kind of, I mean, it could have almost be a Celtic Frost riff too, that it
like first
that
album Battery, where it's just super traditional heavy metal, basically.
Probably Motorhead a little bit too in there.
Yep.
You know, and then you've got this awesome bass fucking breakdown that leads into another dirge before my highlight. And I'm guessing it might be Mark's highlight too. But at 9:40 in the middle of this song, Prelude to Agony, you have a fucking Gregor McIntosh guitar solo.
There's several. There's also the Cathedral's Utopian Blaster riff.
Oh,
they might have pulled out of
shit. Wow.
That's a good pull.
Look at you with the crazy.
Yeah.
And is this the first vampire voice we really hear from him?
Ooh.
Like the most,
sure. Blah.
This is like comic books. We want first appearances.
Yeah.
That's a good, I never thought of that. Like where that first vampire Pete comes in. It
was like the most noticeable one that I kind of caught.
That's good.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mark.
I think you are. Nice one. Yeah.
But yeah. Where'd that Gregor McIntosh solo come from?
Shit. I mean, he's always been a fan.
There's so much stuff in 91 that echoes Gregor McIntosh's approach. It's weird. The more you listen and delve into like metal from this era.
I mean, do you think this is accidental, or do you think they?
I think it's accidental. Okay. I do. It's probably a case of shared influences. That's my thought.
Agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it is kind of uncanny how if you delve into 92, 93, even like you'll hear so much like of that Gothic era Macintosh lead happening. It's just it's weird. It's a thing, and
it wouldn't be a Requiem episode if we didn't bring up Catatonia or Paradise Lost. Let's be honest.
I'm going to bring up Pyogenesis here too. So
nice. Good man.
Coming up.
I mean, nice. You guys on Radical Research get accused of sort of bringing up the eclectic Norwegian stuff or Voivod.
Yeah, well, if anybody listened to the Pyogenesis episode on Twin Ale Blood, yes, we do get accused of that. But I don't think anybody did listen to that one.
No, we did. I did. I loved it.
No, I listened to it a couple times.
So, are you hearing Pyogenesis and Prelude to Agony, Mark, or in Gravitational?
No. This is later on. This is on Bloody Kisses.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, and then we get into the final song that we're going to hear, which is the album closer, and it's a great album closer, Gravitational Constant, with a whole bunch of other equations kind of mixed in. And I kind of read that somewhere that the main riff from this was inspired by the Munsters theme song. Have you ever heard that before?
Oh yeah. I mean, he was really into Munsters. He was into Addams Family. He was, it's pictured in the book, but he was really into, like, as a kid, into Halloween
soundtrack kind of thing. Yeah.
Sound effects things with the creaking doors and the howls of the haunted house, all those kind of sound effects albums. He was super into those. So not surprised that it comes into Gravitational Constant.
And I think this is a song, like, if you think that this record is like super misogynistic and things like that, I think you're missing a big point. And I think, to me, the secret ingredient is in Gravitational Constant, when Pete kind of takes all this sort of dark, cathartic, kind of suicidal kind of thoughts, and he sort of makes satirical light of it here a little. And
totally. Yeah.
And I think that that's the key to understanding this. It's, if you take this all at face value, well, of course you're going to think one thing, but he's working through stuff and he's kind of winking at you. And if you're along for the ride with Type O, you kind of realize, like you said, he's a shit starter. He's a rabble rouser, and he's just trying to get a rise out of different people with some of the things he sort of says. And to me, this
also get something very important in this song.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Ooh. We get a Celtic Frost ooh in it.
Oh. We also get the 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to live no more, which is where you start to get the satirical. So, like, anybody that was truly like at very their Freddy. End would not. Yeah, well, yeah, it's Nightmare on Elm Street, but it's also like, if you were really truly suicidal at this point, like, you're not going to sing something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like too satirical at that point. So
it's like you've already worked through it, if that's how you're dealing with it.
Yeah. I was thinking that you've already lived through it.
Yeah. And so you can only laugh at that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm the kind of guy, I've talked about this with, like, my friends and people before, like, when I go to funerals, I tend to like try and crack jokes because that's kind of how I deal with it. It's like my coping mechanism.
Yeah. No, I get that. The other thing I was going to say was too, that with the misogyny angle, you know, I talked to probably 6 or 7 women that were somehow steadies of Pete, or, you know, just girlfriends of Pete or whatever. Every single one of them, and then some others that were off the record, were like, you know, when it came to attention, like he was the ultimate romantic. Like there was, not a one of them ever felt like he had to, you know, even lifted a finger to abuse them. You know what I'm saying? Like he was very attentive, very romantic, like, and all this stuff is just fantasy. So look, he got hurt by some of these women, maybe, couldn't handle it, didn't have the mechanisms to cope with it. But I can, from my experience talking to this clutch of Pete women, he was extremely attentive to them, put them first. And again, I can't speak to a lot of the nuances of any of those relationships, but I can just at least say that I feel like any of the misogyny people pick up on in Type O, it's just fantasy. It's just that 50% part where he's going off now, right? He's going off from personal experience and extrapolating, and sometimes it's ugly. So,
well, I think you go back to what we were talking about before. Like a lot of the people I know that are into, like all of the women that I've been in relationships with, who, you know, whether or not they care about metal or not is besides the point, but they always all tend to like Type O negative. There's something there that sort of speaks to them and is romantic and
absolutely.
And if Pete was this kind of, you know, asshole character that some people think he is, I don't think women would connect to that on that level. You know what I mean?
Dude, good point. I mean, that's
like highly sexualized, not just romantic, but he's like the sexual ideal vampire man.
Yes. Yeah. He's definitely a fantasy sort of figure for I think a lot of females and stuff, you know. So But yeah, so anything else about any of these songs, or are we ready to get into it here?
I think we've said it.
Cool. So let's get into a trio of tunes on Slow, Deep, and Hard. We've got Unsuccessfully Coping with the Natural Beauty of Infidelity. We've got a Prelude to Agony, and then we end with Gravitational Constant.
You'll be trusted, sends a liar to the fool. Lost someone of your busted in love and war, there ain't no rules. Do you believe in forever? I don't even believe in tomorrow. The only thing that lasts forever done it before, time after time. Refuse to learn your lesson. Gave till it hurt, thought it was right. Only fools make mistakes twice.
Drinking alone, empty bottle in your hand. Don't even try to sort out the lines. It's worse to try to understand.
That was Gravitational Constant, a prelude to Agony, and we kicked everything off with us unsuccessfully coping with the natural beauty of infidelity. And so, yeah, here we are. We're not going to spend too long on this record, I imagine, Jeff. Probably for obvious reasons. It's definitely the typo that I spend the least amount of time with, and I'm sure the band does too. And that's this kind of 1992 recording, this not so live at Brighton Beach, recording of Origin of Feces. Josh, this is what Josh had to say about it to kind of kickstart our conversation. He said, interesting record. It was put out by the record company because they wanted something between Slow, Deep, and Hard and the next record. So we went into the studio and did a fake live album. We told people it was bullshit. They said, no way, you're just playing with us. They wouldn't believe us when we told them that it actually wasn't recorded live. We just had fun with it. It was pretty much 90% of what was on Slow, Deep, and Hard with some added things to it, a cover, some new parts. And Peter always wanted to take a second shot at doing the same record. So why not? So I don't know. What are your thoughts on Origin of Feces, I guess, especially because you were buying Typo as this was kind of coming out,
Yeah, sure. I remember thinking, like, why are they revisiting what they already gave us? In hindsight, and many years later, like, I think it's a valuable record, just because Pete was always so restless with his creativity. Like, he never really was happy with the records that came out, so he had to redo them. I mean, we see that through Bloody Kisses. We see that, beyond that. And this was a chance for him to just maybe improve some of the compositions. I don't think they're improved, personally, but it was also it was a stopgap, as they used to call them. Slow, Deep, and Hard, created a bit of a buzz, and they were like, we can't get a record out in '92. Well, what are we going to do? Let's throw a little money at the guys, and maybe they can do a live album or something. And they just did this bullshit faux live album. Yeah. It's got interesting versions of the songs from the first album. I think its greatest value is in Hey Pete, which is the first evidence we see of, well, actually not the first evidence. It's more evidence of Pete Steele and how he was able to sort of take any old composition and make it his own, because he did it with Manic Depression on Retaliation. Yeah. The Hendrix tune, made what I consider a completely superior version of that. And he does it with Hey Joe, another Hendrix tune.
Yeah, Tim Rose's original kind of folk song that Hendrix covered.
Exactly. So it's a cover of a cover, right?
Yeah.
So it's Hey Pete this time. It's autobiographical.
It changes the lyrics. Yeah,
it does change the lyrics. It's great, and I think that's the real beauty of this album. It also is one of those things where you're like, can we see the kernels of Bloody Kisses in here? And I think we can. I still think Bloody Kisses is one of the biggest left turns that a band's ever made. Mm-hmm. I think this is very true, or more true to the first album than the second.
Yeah, I agree. And I think,
of course, a lot of fear was, taken because of the album cover,
the original cover. Yeah. And we didn't really talk too much about the cover to Slow, Deep, and Hard, but that was a, penetration scene, from a porn actor or something like that. And then
but rather abstract. And I think it works on that sort of like, arty kind of level that they were always going for.
More so than Origin.
This one was a little less abstract.
Yes. Well, this is anti-abstract.
Yeah.
Well, there's, I think I've got the LP box set that I forget who put that out.
Does it have the original cover or the kind of dancing skeleton?
It's got the original one. I think it's got like liner notes. I don't know if Jay Bennett did them. I think he might have.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Talking with the photographer about that, like how they had to try to convince them to take the photo.
Well,
I mean, for a guy who posed for Playgirl, it's not that far out.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's a close up of his nether back area. There you go.
Origin of the Feces.
The Origin of Feces. He's telling you, Peter's very literate. He's kind of telling you things.
He is very literate.
Literal. And literal. Jesus.
He read textbooks for fun.
Yeah, God.
I actually have a welding textbook that one of his sisters gave me, that I'll keep forever. I haven't. When I keep a book, and I have shitloads of books, like I have to have read those.
Yeah.
The only book that I have in my collection that I haven't read is this like welding book that was given to me by one of his sisters.
That's fantastic. That's a really
but he
cool
loved
book.
this. He loved this kind of shit. Like he would read about that stuff. He probably actually welded, you know. It's one thing to read it and one thing to leap into actually doing it.
I think one thing that's interesting about Hey Pete too is this idea that when Typo is going to do a cover, and we're going to talk about covers later in the episode, they never do a cover the way you would assume they would do a cover. They just totally make it their own, you know?
Well, there you go. They make it their own. That's all I was going to say. I mean, like that, it becomes a Typo song. And I think that's a kind of that speaks a lot to their own character, that they have such character that they could inhabit a song and make it their own. I don't think, you know, there's a lot of good bands out there and all, but like, you know, if they can just take a song, cover it, and then suddenly it just becomes their own thing, you have to have a lot of character as a band, right? Mm-hmm. And this is the Beatles and Kiss character that they were going for early, which was this just very defined sensibility of your kind of world building. Mm-hmm. And Typo Negative did it. And Hey Pete is we'll call it the second version, because I think Manic Depression or Manic
Depression. Yep.
Manic Depression is the first instance, and this is the second, and we will get many more after this.
Sure. Yep. Yeah. Including this episode for sure.
Yep.
One thing, and it's kind of nice because we're kind of gearing up towards, you mentioned Jay Bennett, and we're gearing up towards Bloody Kisses, but I found the sort of Hall of Fame issue that he did right after Peter's untimely passing. And the first question that Jay asked the guys, and I just wanted to share two answers, one from Pete and one from Sal, was he kind of asked them about the transition from Slow, Deep, and Hard towards what became Bloody Kisses. And Pete had this to say. He said, most of the songs on Slow, Deep, and Hard were leftover Carnivore songs. But with Bloody Kisses, I wanted more of a challenge. I mean, I love hardcore, but hardcore and rap are very similar. During the 80s, I'd go to CB's and Lemoore with my long hair Motorhead friends, and I could never admit that I really liked Duran Duran, Flock of Seagulls, Psychedelic Furs, and shit like that. At 30 years old, I became a different person. So I just decided to do what I wanted to do. I felt like it was more of a challenge to write songs and sing on key. And then Sal goes on, and then you guys can jump in with some thoughts on this. He says, me, Peter, and Kenny, and sometimes Josh would go out every weekend to Alphabet City. And at that time, in the late 80s and early 90s, there was a pretty good goth scene going on around Avenue A in all of these bars, and that just don't exist today, like Alcatraz and King Tut's. We were all very heavily influenced by that, but at the same time, we were huge Black Sabbath and Beatles fans. We were so into that retro psychedelic sound, Sgt. Pepper's and stuff like that. And that stuff obviously influenced Peter heavily on Bloody Kisses. The songs were real trippy. There was sitar. There was a real cool flanged out vocals, a lot of emotion. It was different from what was going on at the time, all that grunge shit like Pearl Jam. So they're very clearly thinking about how they want to approach this record completely differently. And I think that, you know, you said it's one of the biggest left turns in the history of a kind of popular band, you know, or at least a semi-popular band.
Yeah, I think so.
So I guess where do we start with, you know, obviously we're, you know, Origin of Feces happens. And now I think we got to get into the mud here with Bloody Kisses and this
no
monumental record, you know? Yeah. No pun intended. Oh, geez. That was that. There you go.
Got to get into the fudge.
Yep.
Time to dive into that fudge now.
Fudge sickles. Here we go. Yeah. But I think, like, for me, this is my first encounter, and I was kind of telling you the story of hearing it in the car and just kind of really freaking out. And I also remember this, and this, you know, speaks to the times. You know, we're all old metalheads, but I remember, Mark, do you remember in Mount Pleasant? And he might have only been on cable, and I can't remember. But there was a channel that played what the radio station was, and it played one of the local Mount Pleasant stations, and it just had like information, like public service announcements and things, but it actually played the radio station as well.
I never had cable until I was in my 20s.
So there was this station that had that, and I have a recording. It's on a VHS tape where I sat there and waited because I heard that they were maybe going to play Christian Woman again later in the set. And I actually recorded on a VCR, Typo Negative, Christian Woman, not the music video, but it's just this public service like announcement page on a TV screen for like 3.5, 4 minutes to hear Christian Woman. And then I would just like play that tape before I could actually buy the album. And it was like, that's how desperate I was to like hear this song again. And so I was super pumped when Bloody Kisses finally came out and I could find the tape. And then eventually I got the Digipack on CD when I converted into that direction. It even came, Jeff, with a VHS tape with the videos for Black Number One. And I think
Yep.
So I mean, it's, you know, where do you start with Bloody Kisses?
I mean, all I can say, the only memory I really have of Bloody Kisses in terms of hearing it for the first time is probably as powerful as the first time I heard the first Carnivore. And that was just as a fan, of course, having known the first two Carnivore, loved them, lived by them. That first Typo, loved that. Couldn't wait for this next one. I got an advance of Bloody Kisses, and I had just started my fanzine at the time, and I didn't have a ton of cred, but somehow I got on Roadrunner's list. The people there I talked on the phone with, like they just we clicked, so they thought I was legit, and I got a advance of Bloody Kisses, and getting an advance at that time was sort of different than it is now. It's, you know, it's a little more, I don't know. More of a protected thing.
Yes.
I felt very special, you know.
Yeah.
Especially
physical
in my because cassette in my lowly state, I didn't feel like I deserved it, but I got it. And I just remember thinking, like, after, you know, you have the intro, then you have Christian Woman, you know, the original, of course, unedited version, which is
the version we're gonna play.
Well, we'll get to that, and that's my favorite Typo song, period, is the unedited version of Christian Woman. It's just the ultimate. It's the epitome. It's everything. And then Black Number One, the full version of that. I just thought, fuck, I love this, but I know this is going to tank. People are going to fucking hate this. It's not going to do well. It's going to be taken as, like, you know, a sort of a slap in the face to the fans. Even though I knew I loved it. I knew I just loved it where they were going. And I got it. This is why I don't do predictions, because I was completely wrong. It went platinum, you know. Mm-hmm. But I just remember loving it and just being completely in its thrall. Just like, this is such a new direction and such an affirmative and authoritative direction that this is Typo Negative. It just, it's the best Typo Negative. It's the best Pete Steele. It's just, you know, that original version is the greatest thing he'd ever do.
Did you get a sense, both of you guys, because you're kind of both plugged into the sort of zine world, like that the metal intelligentsia sort of at the time was like into this? Or do you think it was because it was so different that it kind of managed to sort of break through because of its own sort of uniqueness? I mean, was there a lot of hype around this record? I'm asking if somebody
my experience is that I thought it was gay when it came out, to use a word of the back in the day. I was not a fan of this when it came out. Yeah. I was just like, I was so much into like heavy death metal crap that was very serious. I thought I had no room for this until about 2 years later.
I was going to say, because you guys came around, because I remember you guys interviewing Typo for October Rust in a Requiem issue. So something kind of had to change. You know, do you remember what it was
on that record for me?
There is. Okay. There is.
So it was just like easier for me to penetrate. It kind of fit more with my, you know, kind of what I was into. I thought everything I had to be dead serious, which looking back, it was just stupid, but it's just a maturity or lack of maturity thing. But I had friends, like musician friends, especially, that loved that record, loved Bloody Kisses. And I would always just hear like just the hits. And I was like, oh, this is just kind of whatever. And then, you know, a couple of years later, when October Rust came out, I absolutely fell head over heels and went backwards after that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was stunning from the very moment I got the tape too, because I had no context to sort of place the sort of hardcore songs, you know, that were on it. You know, Kill All the White People. And
it seemed arbitrary to me because I wasn't familiar with earlier stuff.
Yeah, for sure. If you didn't have any context of Carnivore, we thought those songs were kind of like funny, but we were freshmen in high school. We just were like, oh, this is weird. They threw this on, and then they threw this like weird, like, the Machine Screw and Fay Ray and all these other kind of different things happening. Like it was like, I almost got it in that I didn't get it. Like, I thought that was the point. Like, okay, this is sort of like, there's this humorous element to it. And like Mark said, for him, that was kind of the breaking point because, he took it all kind of seriously. Yeah. I guess maybe I was already very into postmodernism on some level, what I mean? As a kid, like I was kind of like, could feel the wink a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and, just cause I'm probably a little older than you guys and I've been following Carnivore for, let's see, Bloody Kisses is 93, Carnivore 86, 7 years. I was ready. I got it. Like, I was like, that's kind of where he's been building this whole time. It still was an adjustment, but I just knew that I loved it. Again, I thought it was going to tank. I thought it was going to be such a failure. And it took a while to get platinum. I mean, it took 2 years.
Sure.
Yeah. But it did what it should have done because it is a masterpiece. I don't care I love the song Suspended in Dusk, but I don't care for the reissued version of that album that took away We Hate Everyone and took away Kill All the White People. Because it's exact and took away some of those interludes you talk about, Fay Ray and all that. It took away some of the eclecticism and it just sort of focused it on the more doomier, gothier aspects.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I get that. And Hunter, the guy, Hunter Ginn, who does the podcast with me, Radical Research, he's way more into the second version. And we fight about that. That's one thing we actually disagree on. I so much love the original version. I just, yes, I have a copy of the second version, but I never listened to it.
And we always talk about this sometimes, like sometimes off mic, sometimes on mic, but like Mark, Chris, and I are kind of this weird triple Venn diagram sometimes, Chris is kind of one extreme in a lot of ways. He likes a lot of like very polished kind of things, not all of his stuff. And Mark's more about feel and things like that. And I tend to sort of kind of fall in the middle. I'm the middle of you and Hunter because I had the original on cassette tape and I had the CD. I got the reissue with Suspended in Dusk. And so I kind of like both versions in a weird way. Like it's,
yeah.
And I'm not saying you don't, but I'm just saying like that's very typical of me to be like kind of stuck in the middle of those kind of things,
Yeah. I think it's cool. It's funny, like, Peter Steele's Restlessness, we kind of benefit from it as fans is where we get two different versions of their first two albums. I wish he'd kind of done that with October Rust and on and on.
I would love for some. Are there B-sides?
Why not? Just why not? Why not have like a Bizarro World version of those albums? Because we got it with the first two, and it was kind of cool, right? So, commercially, he didn't need to do that. October Rust did just fine.
What other band kind of does that in rock and metal? I mean,
I can't think of many. I mean, you can think of like the bands that have re-recorded shit like much later.
Yeah,
Exodus and Flotsam. I don't care that Manowar's done it. It's that doesn't need it to be acknowledged.
The only thing I can think of
when they were doing it that very year, they were changing the album. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, didn't like Rush did Vapor Trails like 2 years?
Well, they went back years later and did a remix of it. Yeah.
Okay.
I know Tony. Tony Iommi is thinking about doing a different mix of Forbidden and some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I guess I think maybe like in the same era, not
right in that year. Like we're talking about the same year.
That's what I'm saying. I think the only thing I can think of is maybe a band, bands like say Allman Brothers, where they're like improvising versions live and adding different things. Sure. Well, that's a whole different genre almost in a
King
way.
Crimson could be
absolutely.
That way.
Yeah. I would say something like that, but yeah, it's definitely weird. I've got speaking of Pete and his kind of ideology on things. This is actually from the Martin Popoff book, the top 500 heavy metal albums of all time. And there's a quote from Pete about Bloody Kisses. That album made it to 166 in the top 500, if anybody cares. But anyways, it doesn't matter. But he says, I think the main thing is its heartfelt truth. The things I say on this album is what everyone feels. Most men don't like to acknowledge pain or admit to being hurt. I don't either. I have male pride, but this anger has to come out somehow. Rather than punching someone in the face and going to jail for 2 years or fucking with the wrong person or getting shot up and going to the morgue, I'd rather sublimate my feelings and channel it into my musical ideas instead. When someone is miserable, they put on typo negative. I want them to realize that they are not the only ones that feel this pain. There are many other people out there that feeling the same way. I'm hoping that there's some sort of comfort in co-misery. So I think that's a cool insight into Peter's.
That was always kind of my, like for any kind of metal, it was always catharsis for emotional expression for me. Like it took away some of that like juvenile anger. And I think Typo and a lot of those types of bands took away that other type of like super introverted, shy guy being dumped by a lady vibes, Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like without music, I don't know. I think I'd be a really unadjusted person, just a fucking asshole.
What would we all have done without music? Are you kidding me? Fucking hell. Yeah. I don't either.
It's funny, Jeff, because in the last few episodes that we recorded, Mark and I kind of got deep in the woods in the I Hate God episode about sort of like how males are sort of raised in like prior to like kind of more modern times, and how we're raised to sort of not be able to like access our feelings, and how it comes out in these really negative coping mechanisms and stuff. And we were sort of talking about how I Hate God's music sort of represents like this anger that, people were turning to drugs to sort of cope with depression. And I was kind of talking as a teacher perspective that I see a lot of my younger students today, especially the males, seem to be like more able to be in touch with their feelings, and it's not so much negative stigmatized.
Okay, good.
And anyways, so it's interesting that in these last few doom metal episodes, we've kind of like talked about like male toxic masculinity and all these kind of like weird things. And, but it's true. I think music is an outlet maybe for us, maybe metal or punk or these kind of more aggressive genres, because, us growing up, we weren't really taught with maybe how to like access those feelings and cope with those feelings in ways. And music was sort of like an outlet for us to sort of like work through our own adolescent sort of immaturity and emotional problems and things like that.
I wonder if this kind of catharsis will exist with the modern generation, though, and actually have music that's people want to revisit in a couple of years.
Well, I think what's interesting,
banal that.
Yeah, we talked about it a little in the I Hate God episode, but one thing I'm hearing from my students, and I don't really have the interest, and it's not because I don't value it, but I don't think it's, as Jeff likes to coin, I don't think it's for me. But I think a lot of these,
I don't know how to like it.
I don't know how to like that exactly.
That's Jeff's best quote.
Yeah, we quote that all the time. But I think a lot of like this new
that comes from Don Anderson by Vagalock. I've always said that. He was the first person I heard that from. He was or is a teacher. He is. I've listened to his lecture on YouTube. Yeah, so really great. He was the first person who said that like when students would come to him and tell him about things they were loving that he was hating, he would rather than say he hated something, he would rather go, I just haven't learned how to like it yet.
Yep.
And I've co-opted that, but I'll always credit him. I just want to make that clear.
No, that's good. That's good.
It's a great way to think about things too. Yeah.
As a teacher.
Oh, absolutely. I've completely, it changed a lot. I've never liked to harp on things I hate. I'd rather like exalt things I love. And just, if I hate certain music, then fuck them. I don't care,
Yeah, just don't talk about it.
Yeah. But I thought that was a healthier way to approach music I don't like. Mm-hmm. Like I'm an SNL guy. I watch it. I'm a historian with that show. I still watch it, and I have a 30-second rule for the new artists that come on, and I'll watch it for 30 seconds. Usually they don't pass muster. I'll click it off after 30 seconds because it's a lot of fucking crap. Yeah. But I always tell myself, look, I don't need the next 3 minutes of this. Life's too short. But maybe I just haven't learned how to like it yet, Sure. And if I never do, fine.
Yep.
I'll keep listening.
And I encounter that all the time because I'm spending a lot of my time around high school kids. And
sure.
The older I get, the more I'm feeling more disconnected from some of that stuff.
Yeah.
One thing I do see is it's in hip hop music now that hip hop, like starting with like your Frank Oceans and some of these kind of people, like it was kind of seen, I think, as anathema for a long time within kind of Black male culture to sort of like admit vulnerability sometimes. And I think now what you're starting to see is this new generation of like hip hop artists that like actually like talk about depression and anxiety and suicide, and that's cool. That's good.
Pete was a prophet.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, getting us back to Typo Negative.
Yeah. No, that's great.
So, so I guess let's kind of get in. We're going to talk about Bloody Kisses in the next couple sets a little bit here, but we're obviously, the exalted Christian woman that I think for both Jeff and I imagine Mark, is a pretty important song.
Here's my notes. The big one, exclamation point.
Yeah. Across upon the bedroom wall. Like he creates a scene, an atmosphere, like we're in it. And it I just find Christian Woman to be so, it's the big one, man. This is it. This is everything that this guy's ever been about.
Is he doing like the higher register stuff, or is that Kenny?
No, I think that's Kenny.
Okay. The backup vocals.
I think that's Kenny.
Yeah.
They're great.
Song.
Is Kenny the best backup vocalist alongside Michael Anthony and Van Halen?
Good one.
Yeah,
good one. Because I've always liked Michael Anthony a ton.
Oh, he's incredible.
He's a great back. Yeah. He could have been a lead vocalist.
For sure.
Technically, and I think even emotionally, I think he might be better than David Lee Roth. But
I think so too. Yeah.
But that's anathema. People don't want to hear that.
No, I'm with you.
However, yes, Kenny is a huge factor in this band vocally. And people always want to focus on Pete, of course, but there was something else happening. And this is the other thing, right? Like, Beatles and Kiss, they never had one vocalist.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
They had others. And I think that I wish Typo would have had even more. That's not anti-Pete, of course. It's pro-Pete. It's just more like, supporting vocals for whatever he does. And Kenny came in a lot. I just wish he came in just a little bit more.
Yeah.
But he's the background we hear in Christian Woman for sure, and among many other songs. Yeah.
I mean, I love the opening, and obviously I think most people already know the story behind it. That basically it's this, Pete tells Jay Bennett in the interview, for people that don't know, he says, I think what came about with that song is that he says, I was incorporated with this girl. She was a Roman Catholic, much as I am, but she would get off on breaking the rules a little bit. She would ask me to dress up as a priest. And I guess you can imagine what would happen after that. So I guess you could say I have a bit of a priest inflection. But the song itself, he basically says, I always loved 80s rock. And he says, I always refer to Typo Negative as flock of assholes, but we have somewhat better haircuts. So,
Wow. Well, the woman he's talking about, I did talk to, and she said it was basically a lot of role playing.
Yeah.
That they would do in their sex life. And that's, and to play into Pete's Catholic background, it's kind of a beautiful convergence. And as
a horror movie fan, I get the cross on the wall and what she's going to do with it. And it's very much like an exorcist kind of thing for people that lack imagination. But
I have listened to this song and gotten a lot of different things out of it a lot of different times, depending on just whatever mood I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
I really think it's one of the most visual and atmospheric songs of all time. I just, it has to be listened to in its 9+ minute version.
Yes,
I don't accept the edit. You have to go through it the way Pete intended, the way the band intended. I think the Bloody Kisses album version is the ultimate.
And how about Josh's kind of proto Emperor keyboard part?
Absolutely. Yeah. Majestic, kind of icy.
Yeah.
It's all there. Yep. Absolutely.
For me, I don't know if you have a highlight, but for me, the part especially with the original long version, is that part where, it's in that proto sort of dark symphonic kind of Inno Satana kind of keyboard thing.
Yeah.
And then Pete and Kenny kind of kick back in, and then Sale does this really, really big drum fill that goes right into Peter's deepest, darkest Corpus Christi.
Oh, okay. See, okay.
That's it, man.
You were saying you were talking about the whole thing. You're right on everything. My favorite part of that song is Corpus Christi.
That's it.
You got it. Yeah. Yep. That's the highlight. And Sal's fill leading into that.
It's just so fucking the tension, and then Pete just busts through the tension with one
really low Corpus Christi.
Man. It's so and there's something like, even as a male, a heterosexual male, like there's something very intoxicating about like Peter is like a vampire inviting you into like a trap with this song, you know, like I feel that power. I can only imagine what women must feel, you know, like it's
Body
fucking there,
of
you know?
Christ. Body of Christ.
Oof. Yeah. So, even, you know, how about at the very end of part 3, you know, I hear some Danzig fucking John Christ, like pinch harmonics kind of in there too.
Totally. Yeah, totally.
Undeniable.
I remember when the Black #1 video came out on MTV, a lot of people were like, oh, that's a lot like Danzig. And I mean, I think it's like a shared influences. They came up around the same time. I think it's more that than I certainly don't think Pete was trying to be Danzig, but I think there are elements. I think that it's fine if the Danzig Samhain Misfits crowd turned on to Type O. It makes a shitload of sense.
Well, and I think both those guys have a pretty healthy female audience for some reason. They tap into some kind of feminine, sexual, romantic energy. You know,
there's a full spectrum there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty cool. So, so we go from Christian Woman into kind of one of the big, longer, you know, dirge kind of songs here. Bloody Kisses, the title track of Death in the Family. And
so here, this is the Pyogenesis.
Oh, okay.
Thing we're hearing.
Oh,
this is off the Beauty and Darkness soundtrack. Or soundtrack, the Beauty and Darkness comp. Symbol of Disgrace. Yes, this is the same fucking riff. They obviously ripped it off from Typo Negative.
Yeah.
Which
Obviously.
which Pyogenesis song?
The Symbol of Disgrace. It was when they actually went back into death metal vocals again.
Yep.
The Beauty and Darkness comp. Yeah.
No, Death is the Beginning. And then I think all over X-Rated Nothings you get a lot of Typo influence. I mean, it's blatant. I mean, it's blatant.
It wasn't at the time, but going back, I was like, wow.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can see it and hear it.
And there's a lot of PL in this too, for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, Bloody Kisses is if you guys are, you know, this is part of a Doom branch. I mean, this is Bloody Kisses is Typo at its most morose in Doom for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's kind of interesting in terms of how they disguise like the meaning of the song too, because, you know, Jeff and I were kind of talking, I think Mark was maybe out of the room, but, you know, Jeff, you recently, you know, sadly lost one of your dogs and you know,
Mark is, sorry, dude.
Yeah,
Mark has lost pets, and so have I, and we realize this kind of idea of like how important, you know, a pet is, and yet the song, when you kind of hear it on the surface, feels like he's mourning something, you know, family member, something like that, but he's really talking about his cat Venus, who had just passed away. And so I think it's maybe one of the most beautiful odes to like sort of the importance of like in the family relationship that pets kind of form for maybe people that don't have kids, like the three of us, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the subtitle of this song is Death in the Family. And I think Pete, never having kids, or at least kids that he knew of.
There's some 6'7" kid out there.
Again, I know some things, but I didn't print them. He looked at cats as daughters, as family. Daughters and sons. I mean, he just and I do too. You know,
I think all three of us are cat people. Yeah.
Yes. So
I'm a dog guy too.
Yeah, the Mark's off.
Well, me too, man. I just lost my favorite dog of all time, and you know, they are family. You know, people say, "Oh, pets are like family." No, they're not like family. They are, and I think Pete identified with his cats that way, and. So grieving is grieving, right? I mean, and there's a lot of grievance throughout Bloody Kisses, the song. So, quintessential moment, no doubt.
Again, incredible sensitivity on his part for a guy that gets accused of a lot of things, and he does. You know, he has this dichotomy. You know, he's a multitude of things, and I think that's all humans. You know, to not be kind of summarized down to like kind of one stereotype of something. You know. Yeah,
you know, it's funny because when I was writing and just getting ready to publish Soul and Fire, I remember a friend of mine who I used to work with at Century Media was like, "So what?" He didn't know much about Peter Steele other than just the basic stuff, you know. And he's like, "What is it about him? Like, why is he so interesting?" I said his life, his personality and his character was, I said, it was so interesting. It was worth a book. He's like, well, isn't everybody's? I said,
No.
I said, yeah. I think I do believe that everybody has a story,
Sure.
but I think his story
But is it worth telling? Yeah.
is much more worth telling than maybe some others. You know, we're all created equal, but maybe not so much as equal as others. I just feel like, yeah, it's just not exactly. And everybody has a story, but this guy has an even better story than that. And that's, to me, we talk about Bloody Kisses, the song. That's where that shines through. This is a very unique, unique individual.
One thing I want to highlight a little on this song is Josh's keyboards. They're really fantastic throughout. Yeah. He's such such an interesting component to it. Pete gets a lot of the attention, but I think, the things that Kenny and Josh kind of contribute to the band are just super unique because they got to fit around Pete's personality, and they found a way to kind of like mold around his ideas and his bass being out front and
make them better too.
Yeah, accentuate it all for sure.
Great point. Great points and huge points. I think that's very important. We can talk about Pete being a genius all we want, but I think to have the allies that he had that understood where they fit in is also part of the story. So I think he found the perfect guys in Kenny and Sal and Josh and later Johnny.
Yeah. Poor Sal quitting after this record.
I hate that. I hate that because he was a great drummer, evidenced by his recorded works. And I also hate it because then Johnny came in and was basically replaced by a drum machine. Until Dead Again. Yeah. So we didn't get that really organic thing that Sal brought to the band. Unfortunately, it's one of the reasons, and we'll get to this in a little bit. It's one of the reasons that I don't like October Rust as much as the previous two.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I know I'm in the minority there. But some of that has to do with Sal.
I get that
there, or a human being.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about my favorite part, maybe on the whole record, is Sal's kind of big drum fill into Peter's Corpus Christi. I mean, so like I get that. Yeah. There's something organic about that.
Are there many aspects of October Rust I love? Fuck, of course.
Yeah. But I guess you're right. When I wrote down highlights and thoughts on the couple songs we're here at the end of the episode, it's probably not the drums. It's other elements. Are doing cool things.
Sure.
But yeah, one other thing just about this song before we kind of go into hearing this trio of tunes, I think like you get a guitar solo, and those weren't very common. Like Kenny was really reserved. You get a cool guitar solo that's mixed together with kind of Peter's kind of tortured screaming in here too. I think that's kind of a cool atmosphere. Yeah. And then he sort of moves to this kind of whispered, like it's like death, until like he finally like kind of starts singing it a little bit louder, and it becomes like more emotionally vicious as like the song starts to kind of come to a crescendo at the end. And there's this sort of like subtlety to the dynamics that Typo Negative does that I think is like super underrated. Like Pete does really interesting things all the time with his voice, where he can go super quiet, super medium. Like he just has such vocal control, and it's kind of, I mean, it's almost indescribable. I don't know of another vocalist that does it the way that he does. And that's probably why they're so singular and no one sounds like them. But it's a great example is in Bloody Kisses, just like pay attention to what he kind of vocal control. I mean, he does in Christian Woman, he does in everything, but like, it's kind of really apparent in a song like this. So, but yeah, cool. Let's get into it. I think people have waited long enough to really dive into Bloody Kisses. So we still have Hey Pete first from the Origin of Feces, the not so live version of it. And then, of course, the aforementioned real version of A Christian Woman, not the radio edit. And then Bloody Kisses, A Death in the Family.
Both of that shit.
You know I heard you cut your hood down. Hey, Peter, you know I heard you cut your hood down, cut it down the ground.
Last night I killed my baby. I pulled us going around with every guy in town. Last night I killed my baby. Pulled us going round all over this town, over this town. And tonight, baby, Nazi, you name it. Can you guys say?
Where you gonna go? I'll take that D-train. I'll take it down to Brighton Beach. To Mason. I'll take that D-train. Take it down to Brighton Beach. Brighton Beach. I'll send my baby to heaven. I'll send my baby to heaven. Oh!
Across upon her bedroom wall, from grace she will fall. An image burning in her mind, and between her thighs.
your knees. No forgiveness for her sins, refers punishment. Would you suffer eternally, or eternally? Burn in hell, a soul done beating well. All through mass manual stimulation, salvation. She'd like to know inside of her, deep inside of her. Christ looks like me. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ looks like me. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ looks like me. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ looks like me. Jesus Christ. Oh.
So shall I.
That was Bloody Kisses, A Death in the Family, the full version, the right version of Christian Woman.
The only version.
The only version. And then we, of course, started with Hey Pete from The Origin of Feces. And so I know I've been sharing these throughout the episode, but this is what Josh in the Decibel issue had to say about Bloody Kisses. He said, extremely eclectic, lots of good songwriting. Obviously, it broke us commercially, but for a real reason. Unlike most bands that break commercially, we broke because our fan base refused to let up. We toured almost 3 years straight. We were a real band's band at that time. They all wanted to take us out. We never had the industry support until it was kind of forced upon them by sheer demand. Even though it was never an enormous demand, because we're typo negative, there was enough of a demand to get Christian Woman played and get the specialty shows like Headbangers Ball. It wasn't intentional. I'm not going to tell you we came up with this brilliant plan. Everything's an accident till it goes well. So,
everything he says is so fucking spot on. There's almost nothing more we can say about the Bloody Kisses era. But the one thing I will say is that there seems to be a lot of focus on Christian Woman. Whereas from my perspective, as a fan, kind of looking at what everybody else was like digesting and understanding about this band in 93, it was Black Number One. Like, it seemed like Black Number One was the only thing that propelled this band to platinum.
Really?
That's what I remember too.
But I could be wrong. Like Josh is saying, Christian Woman.
I think it's interesting. I think you and Mark were in a different headspace than maybe my friend group and I were, because we were freshmen in high school, and Christian Woman was our access point because we were still listening to the radio. As sad as
that's
that
great.
sounds.
Hey man, I mean that's a cool entry. Edit or not. I mean,
yeah,
great entry.
So like we did watch Headbangers Ball, and we occasionally saw, both Black Number One and Christian Woman, but not very, very regularly. So we had to actively sort of like look and search out Christian Woman. And that was always the first song I would play for people, especially like, because I didn't think that they could get behind an 11-minute song, so I would play them the first like 4 minutes of Christian Woman and be like, what do you think, kind of thing. So it's interesting because you and Mark were like much more established in the metal community. And so from your perspective, you guys sort of saw Black Number One, which is pretty cool, and from mine,
I just couldn't believe that MTV was playing it as much as they were.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell,
Yeah, that is kind of really interesting. And there's other interesting things. I mean, we're going to hear 2 more songs from the record, but there's stuff that's happening all throughout this record. I mean, we talked about the 2 kind of hardcore songs. Set Me on Fire has a hidden message kind of based on like the Beatles, I Am the Walrus, but this one's making fun of Monty Connor from Roadrunner, saying Monty Connor sucks cock, like kind of a hidden message and stuff. And yet like also there's a sitar on the song, which is kind of an ode to George Harrison on Sgt. Pepper's with Within You, Without You, so like weird stuff. They're really thoughtful, like they're clearly, I know they said it's like all an accident or whatever, but again, I'm hearing things that are a little bit more thought out. Yeah.
Look at the sequencing on the original Bloody Kisses. That is so thought out, so perfect. It's that I hold that up so high. Do
you think that's just them taking a piss a little bit and not
with
kind of
the response?
With just the idea that like, just
I think the responses are very Beatles. If you look at the Beatles interviews from like 65, 66, it's a lot of nonsense. They're just like throwing shit back at the journalist, not very serious, answering questions with questions, or just ridiculous things. I mean, Typo did the same thing. They studied the Beatles and they kind of did the same thing. I mentioned that in the book. They were just taking the piss all the time. When it came to actual album construction and production with Mike Marciano and Systems 2, they were extremely serious. And I think they were extremely intentional in what they did. Even if a few months later, a different version of Bloody Kisses comes out, that's fine. But I tend to live in the world of like the Peter Steele for, those 3 months where he thought that first version was the ultimate. That's,
you mentioned kind of where it was produced too, was it Systems 2?
Systems 2, yeah.
And wasn't the record kind of funded by one of the family members, if I remember reading somewhere?
I mean, there was help,
Okay.
There was some record company money, of course, coming into it.
I was like an aunt or an uncle of one of the band members I read somewhere, but I can't remember what it was. But
yeah, I mean, there was always that. I don't want to get it too into the weeds on that one. But
sure, no.
Yeah.
The one song though that has kind of some controversy, and not because of the lyrics, is "Blood and Fire." Always seems to be sort of brought up by the band members as being like this sort of pop song that like Peter loved, and everyone else, it seems like, that made that song like kind of fucking hates that song.
That's the impression I get. Yeah, it's too bad. I think Blood and Fire is
I think it's a fun song. Yeah,
sure, absolutely.
It's not my go-to song, but it doesn't I don't have like a hatred for it,
No more nights.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of like again, we're about to hear Summer Breeze. To me, like, it's just coming from that same place of like the 70s AM kind of mindless pop music that Peter grew up with, Yep.
So yep.
And so, we're kind of going to end with Bloody Kisses here in a moment with a pair of tunes. But one thing that they was brought up in the Decibel interview was this kind of idea of the sort of success sort of changing the band a little bit and kind of how they go platinum and stuff. Like, from you doing the book, Jeff, what was kind of the overall vibe you got about how life changes for the band because of Bloody Kisses around this time?
It's so easy to go back to Pete, but I have to. He had to be convinced to stop working for the Parks Department in the city of New York. He wanted to stay working for them. He wanted a regular paycheck. He wanted the sure thing. He wanted the benefits that a city job would offer. The city of New York, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, no. Health insurance.
He was a very results oriented sort of guy. So he basically had to be convinced by the other members of the band and the label that this typo negative thing could be a career, could be a life-changing career if you just would go on the road enough to support it. Because, back then, obviously, live shows supported record sales.
Mm-hmm.
It's not totally like that anymore, but it was like that then. And, he did drop his city job. And I think to cope with a lot of the insecurities he had about facing audiences of that size that he was starting to play for, he started drinking a lot of wine, and he eventually found cocaine. Mm-hmm. And I think as a result, we do see a shift in his personality going forward. Once Bloody Kisses went gold, and then went on to platinum, he was in the machine. He was he was a cog in that machine. And, October Rust, the next album, had to live up to it. And pressure, always pressure. And I think that was one of his major downfalls, actually. Lots of great songs, lots of great albums after this, but it became a different thing. Yeah,
he does have this interesting quote in the Jay Bennett interview where they kind of ask him that same sort of question. I thought you're obviously talking about stuff that's going to really affect, especially part 2 that we're going to get into. But he does have kind of one fairly lighthearted response to that, and he says, "I'll be extremely honest with you. By that time, at the age of 30, I had sex with maybe 10 or 12 women. Then we go on tour, and there's 100 of the hottest fucking women I've ever seen standing outside the tour bus." Right. I'm thinking these girls must be waiting for a different bus. I could not believe it. We didn't know what we had in our fucking pocket with Bloody Kisses at the time, but apparently the record company did. I'm not going to say that I feel exploited or anything like that, but I was a bit naive at that time. I should have known better. They're not in business for my health.
That last sentence is telling.
That's very telling. Exactly. Yeah. So,
and it's funny because I would talk to some women or just some people at the record company that knew Pete. And he did eventually have a woman in every city, which is wonderful. But that's such a different lifestyle than what he was used to or interested in early on, that I think he became not a different person. I certainly can't say that. But I think he became, he was having experiences that I think he might have even questioned himself.
Sure.
But he couldn't help. because when you do have women falling at your feet like that, why not?
Yep.
So I think that there's a lot going on there, man. There's a his level of sensitivity, the fact that he didn't used to be interested in any kind of drugs at all. He was never into pot. He didn't like that it changed how people
your consciousness. Yeah.
Your consciousness.
Yep.
Cocaine's a son of a bitch, man.
He got super into cocaine and wine to cope with playing live. So it's it's trouble brewing for sure.
Yeah. Yep. And it's interesting too. You talk about like him deciding to kind of get off of the sort of normal job circuit to get into kind of the full-time thing. And this is the last record that Sal plays on. And one of the reasons why Sal left to go full-time with Life of Agony is I think he wanted Typo to be a full-time thing, correct?
Yeah. And
a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more to it, than that, but it seems
there's
like
more to
Sal,
it than that. There's more to it than that. But I think that at the time it was still unsure, even with the success of Bloody Kisses, eventually that it would be a solid thing just because Pete really wasn't into the rock star lifestyle. He just adapted to it because it was like, well, okay, I guess I can pay my family's rent because he was still always living at, the house in Brooklyn. It was a project. He's such a practical guy, right? Reading textbooks, living the way he lives. And it just seemed like, okay, if I can jump to this and it's practical and I can pay the bills, then great. The problem was that he just had trouble living that lifestyle day to day. So many people around him, so many people wanting him, so many women wanting him, not saying that he had a problem with women wanting him. I'm just saying like, it just changes how you are as a human being. I mean,
yeah. And I mean, famously, this is going to be after Bloody Kisses when he does the, famous Playgirl kind of issue.
Of course. Oh, yeah. I mean, and I think their music changed and I think it reflected that. And I think it's okay. Yeah. I mean, I think October Rust is great. I mean, I think World Coming Down is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah.
But he was on kind of a bad course at that point, in my opinion.
Yep. Well said. So we got a pair of tunes that we're going to kind of get into here. And then we'll end this set with a tune from October Rust. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're not going to get too deep into the weeds in October Rust, but just a little taste. But the last two tunes we're going to hear from Bloody Kisses are Too Late Frozen and then the aforementioned Summer Breeze, the AM kind of 70s kind of radio thing. And
Seals and Croft.
And one thing about Too Late Frozen, the first tune we're going to hear is, again, I know you talk about it in the book, and I don't know if you want to talk about it now or wait till part two, and we can, absolutely. But it's like that what they call, I think referred to as like the green tone or whatever, like that bass riff that you hear in Too Late Frozen, like combined with the chant vocals. It's such an iconic, like you just know it's Typo Negative right from that very opening moment of how they play the bass and stuff like that. It's got a lot of like 60s psychedelia to it, I think is cool, kind of with some shoegazy sort of vibes as well. Especially like the organ keys that kind of have like a circusy feel. I said kind of like a gothic Diabolical Masquerade or something like that, Nice. And then there's that middle part. And that middle part is like incredible. Like those vocals, they sound like they're fluttering like in a fan or like this like shimmering, like underwater kind of feel.
The Ozzy underwater vocal effect.
Yeah, it's just very cool and very heady, for a band that wasn't really like trying to be psychedelic because as you kind of said, they didn't really have that like drug culture kind of surrounding them. They have these really kind of heady moments and stuff. And maybe it's because they're into My Bloody Valentine and Slow Dive and all.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a lot what they listen to as well.
Yeah. So, but it's just a really cool, it's a fun little song. I mean, I've heard some complaints that some people like don't like the beginning and the end. They like that middle section. They wish the whole song felt like that. But
really,
to me,
wow.
That's what Typo is all about, is the eclecticness,
If I gave you the ultimate three Typo songs, it'd probably be Prelude to Agony, Christian Woman in its full form, and Too Late Frozen.
Oh, this is a big highlight for you. Good.
Huge.
Cool. So tell me your thoughts on the song then, because again, I like it. That's
you said it all.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I seriously
I'm
can't.
I'm sorry.
No. I just can't extrapolate. It's just, you said everything. This is, it epitomizes everything that Typo's about, quite honestly.
So my question for you with Summer Breeze then is this. Is this the most successful oddball cover in metal history, or is it Diamonds and Rust?
Diamonds and Rust is pretty great.
Or like just a out of left field, like, holy shit, this fucking works. Like, I was trying to come up with a short list, and those were the two
Summer
songs.
Breeze, like more than Diamonds and Rust.
I like it better too, yeah. But
it's even more of a reinvention for the album it's on. Diamonds and Rust is total sin after sin. It works. I could talk leagues about that album and song. I won't. But Summer Breeze is even better in the sense of how it fits into the album. Like, you would never know that it was a cover if you were just listening and you were ignorant of that fact. There was a Seals and Cross song called Summer Breeze, right?
And I was one of those people ignorant of it.
Yeah, and they take the tempo, they change the dynamic quite a bit, they change the aesthetic of it quite a bit. I think this is just yet another example of how Pete can take some kind of dippy song or just song way out of their league and make it their own. It's a beautiful version. Summer Girl is fun too. That's the original version that didn't get recorded. It was submitted, couldn't get cleared.
It's it's
a lot more
risque, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. But the Summer Breeze works. It's fantastic. Yeah.
And this is the song that I would probably of this early era of Typo. This is like exhibit A for the backup vocals.
Sure. Yeah.
To me, that's the sort of like X factor of this song, or just those incredibly they're almost like floral, just sort of floating over the song, especially as like the riff has this kind of doom grind to it, but yet it still kind of maintains this like airiness and lightiness. And I think it's because of the backup vocals that are so cool.
You have the phonetic and they just
the Beach Boys-ness of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Exactly. It's a beautiful thing. It fits right into the album sequence. It doesn't stick out like the novelty cover. It just works as a Typo original, even though it's not.
Yeah. And Pete has a comment, and so does Josh in the Decibel interview. And Pete basically says most bands like to take heavy songs and redo them as if they can do them better. I like to take light songs and turn them into something heavy. I'm not sure exactly how that one came about, but I think at rehearsal about 4,000 years ago, I said to Kenny, play this fucking riff. Someone in the band had some pills, and I think you quoted this in your book too, Jeff. And we were chewing them up and swallowing them. So I started singing, some of these make me feel fine, And then Josh kind of says, we always tried to choose songs that were not in the same vein as the band. We didn't want to do a stupid cover or rock cover because that's stupid. A cover shouldn't be verbatim, but that's what so many bands do. He says, when I listen to something like that Black Sabbath tribute, Nativity in Black, it's incredible how little creativity went into a lot of those things. I mean, doing a cover and redoing a song are just such vastly different things. We're not a cover band. We're an original band. So it follows that we should take someone else's material and do it with our own identity, our own spin. But a lot of bands lack identity.
Okay, so that's amazing. And I'm so glad you quoted that. The one thing that we have to say is that they eventually, not long after this, did a cover of the song Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. And they did two versions, and one of them was from the satanic perspective. Mm-hmm. And I think that is why it works, because they're taking music from a band that does kind of fit into what they do. But the satanic perspective was something we never heard as fans before, right? Mm-hmm.
There's always fear of the devil.
We've always heard about it from the perspective of the person looking at Satan. Mm-hmm. They were looking at it from the throne of Satan, and wow, the delivery there, that's the best Typo cover. is
it's incredible.
Black Sabbath. It's unbelievable.
We talked a lot about it when Mark and I did that 3-part 90s soundtrack episode, 90s metal soundtracks thing. Even though Nativity in Black isn't a soundtrack, it was still kind of part of that landscape of like things that were coming out in that time period.
Sure. Oh, sure. It was huge. Yeah.
And we actually came to the conclusion, I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but that Type O were perhaps alongside Megadeth, the biggest whores of the 90s.
Interesting. Okay.
They were on everything they could get on. And,
yeah.
I mean, Megadeth was on fucking Bill and Ted and Last Action.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. That
did like 6 different ones, I think.
Yeah, they're all over. Demon Knight soundtrack. I mean, they're on everything you can imagine.
Judgment
Night. Yeah. Actually, neither of them are on Judgment Night.
What? I thought Megadeth's. I thought it was a song on Judgment Night.
Slayer's on Judgment Night with Ice-T, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean. Maybe.
Oh, I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking of? Is it Last Action Hero?
Yeah. Angry Again. Yep.
You're such a nerd.
Oh, we really figured out with that episode. You got to remember though, the age I'm at. Those were all coming out when I was in middle school and early high school, and I was like Columbia House, like crack, like album of the month.
I paid my penny. I'm gonna get this shit.
Exactly. And you guys were listening to fucking European death metal by that point.
Oh, I was buying wheelchairs at that point.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah. So pity my dumbass that fell for the marketing trap of these 90s soundtracks, but it worked, you know. And I was a huge fan of Nativity in Black, and that Type O cover is fucking phenomenal. It's a song on the record, you know. So but yeah, I think one other thing about Summer Breeze for me, and I don't know, Jeff, I don't know if you're much of a horror fan. I know Mark is, but he might not give a shit about this movie because it's frankly not very good. But I remember like really where this song crystallized for me is I was sitting in the theater in high school and I was watching I Know What You Did Last Summer, all right, kind of a dumb fucking horror movie.
Okay, haven't seen it, know about it, haven't seen it.
And the credits, it's Summer Breeze from Type O Negative playing over the whole opening credit sequence for like 2.5, 3 minutes. And I'm sitting there in a theater. And I think I lived in this bubble where like I just assume that no one likes anything that I like. That's just kind of like my assumption. My basic assumption is you don't give a shit.
It's kind of the Midwest, right?
Yeah, it's a trait or whatever. And I just remember being like,
I get it. Yeah.
It was almost uncomfortable. I was like, oh fuck, they're using Type O Negative in this movie that I'm seeing in a theater. Like, what the fuck? This is kind of crazy. You know, this is like predates Gummo before like you knew. Soundtracks were going to take
them in the theater.
Yeah, exactly. but like that really crystallized this song for me, and it kind of made it more like haunting and beautiful. And I kind of every time, and I don't think of that horror movie very much because it's not that good, but it does sort of like it's kind of entered into how I think of that movie as I think of Type O Negative, Summer Breeze being sort of part of the aesthetic of that whole presentation.
Okay. Wow.
So it's pretty cool.
That's great. That's a whole area of Type O I never really thought about was how much they hoard themselves out.
On all these
Hollywood. That's fantastic.
Exactly. But yeah, so it's something. You know, I mean, I think they're in the Matrix soundtrack. They're on the Crow
I'm familiar with some of that because, of course, as I was writing, I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of soundtracky stuff here. Carrie 2, the Raid, on that soundtrack.
They're just on all these things. It was really pretty wild. So, so let's get into it. And we're going to end with a tune that we'll talk more about when we come back, because it's the first of a couple of tunes that were introduced October Rust, just kind of briefly, called In Praise of Bacchus. And so we're going to hear Too Late Frozen, Summer Breeze, both from Bloody Kisses. And then we're going to end with the first tune from October Rust. Am I pronouncing that right? Bacchus? Is that how you'd say?
Yeah, I think it's Bacchus.
Okay. Goddess of Wine.
Gods of Wine. There you go. So
next time I hang out with them, I'll let you know.
All right. Yeah. Let me know. So
next time we're sipping wine and having orgies together.
Yes. As we do, being 40 and 50
every
year old
weekend,
metalheads.
In my 40s. Come on.
I mean, no one wants to party more with a bunch of nerdy.
Bacchus has a place here in downtown Greensboro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's more fun to hang out with than 3 guys sitting around talking about a band for 4 hours? I mean, we're like the very definition of like mansplaining nerddom, or whatever. So, oh, geez. All right. So enjoy Too Late Frozen, Summer Breeze, and In Praise of Bacchus.
hates me. Hey, Bacchus. She hates me. Hey, Bacchus. She hates me.
That was In Praise of Bacchus, Summer Breeze, and Too Late Frozen. So here we are, folks, kind of at the end of part one, excuse me, before we enter into part two in a week or so. October Rust. Here we are, In Praise of Bacchus. Thoughts on that tune? I have some thoughts, but I'll kind of hear from you guys first, I guess.
Of In Praise?
Yeah, In Praise. Anything that kind of stands out to you about that before we kind of talk about it?
I mean, the whole My Bloody Valentine-ness of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Good call.
Like the sonic level of what they're doing is just completely like, I don't know, it head and shoulders above what they started with Bloody Kisses. It's just like the next natural progression, but like more than I expected, and it just like can kind of like knock me off my feet how great it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so clear on October Rust, and I know we mentioned it before, but Peter is really fully absorbed, you know, the Lycia, the Cocteau Twins, the Shoegaze, Dead Can Dance, you know, it's got some really, it's such a romantic fall album. I mean, it's called October Rust, you know. I mean, I just wrote, the song is just bathed in pumpkin spice and cinnamon tones with burning leaves. Like, it's just, Jesus Christ.
Before all the pumpkin shit was popular.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean that with like,
bastardized
not like
it all,
irony, but it's like, yeah, it's like it, you know, us being from the Midwest and, you know, Jeff, I'm sure in Iowa, I'm sure you got kind of weather that Michigan kind of gets around this time of year. But when I walk outside right now, like that smell, that crisp smell, the leaves falling.
Yep.
I don't know if you get it in North Carolina on the same way that you did.
Yeah, we actually do. I mean, there's seasons here, which is why I would never want to live anywhere more south. Because you don't get seasons. But no, we get it here, and I'm feeling it. And you know, this is the time of year when I want to listen to Die Kreuzen or Typo Negative or any melancholy kind of stuff. But yeah, like Red Water and Wolf Moon, like this album is full of this album is just a huge ball of texture. I mean, it's just, and it's very, you know, I can talk all I want about Bloody Kisses and all the diversity of it. And I think that's I know that's what I love about it. October Rust seems a lot more focused. It's just, it chops off any of the hardcore element that they ever had. This is probably the first Typo where there's not much of a trace of Carnivore here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
it's left behind. The first.
Yeah, it's left behind. This is true Typo now. This is it.
I think one thing that was really interesting for me with this record, and I know Jeff, we've talked before, I can't remember if it was on mic or not, but I think when we brought you on for Voivod, we were kind of talking about you were appreciating that we did a Deftones episode, and you were like, oh, it's, you know, a lot of people kind of left the Deftones train because they were associated with something. And I kind of associate it for a while, like after Bloody Kisses and that 3-year gap, you know, I kind of put them in the camp with like people that were into Pantera and I was into that stuff. They were gateway bands for me, but like by 96, I was kind of into other stuff. I had met Mark and Chris and I was kind of on that path to like different things. And I didn't know I didn't know if it was still cool to be in a Typo Negative, if that makes sense. Because of the kind of fans that they were attracting, kind of
yeah. I mean, I don't like that gothic metal became a touchstone or a kind of word or a phrase.
Sure.
Because it just meant a lot of cheesy shit. And I think Typo got lumped into a lot of gothic metal stuff that it's really unfortunate because they were never one thing. They shouldn't be one thing. They still are not. They just are what they are. And but yeah, I think that by 96, certainly the gothic metal thing was beginning, and there
was just this weird American metal scene, this mainstream American metal scene that like I think I kind of was, and I think part of it was immaturity. I wasn't like secure enough in my own. I was still in high school, and I had to wear like a certain badge of honor, and for me, like it was like, oh, I fucking know Opeth and Amorphous and Anathema, like that was like my thing, you know. So like, okay, suddenly people that 3 years ago wouldn't talk to me about Typo Negative are into Typo Negative. I didn't know like if that was cool or not for me. And so I was like leery when October Rust came out, and then I bought it and I was like, oh, It's kind of like, Deftones. I might have been leery a little bit after the Deftones kind of blew up and their association with Korn. And then you hear White Pony and you go, oh, okay.
Well, that's,
I can be into this still. Like, it's still cool. Like, it's not what I think it might be. Like, you can, be in the cool crowd and still be a fucking great record, and October Rust, and we'll talk more about this in part 2, but it's probably my favorite typo. It probably is.
You and many others. I mean,
yeah. And I think it's because I am a fan of shoegaze, and I'm really kind of a fan of atmosphere sometimes. I've gone on record. I know I've told you this before, Jeff, and Mark certainly knows. I mean, Brave Murder Day for me is like my favorite metal record, and it's like that's an atmosphere record. It's not about. It's just about a feeling, and I feel something with October Rust that I don't get on other records, not just Type O, but just in general. And like I said, that's the fall smells and things like that. It's the perfect record for whatever that aesthetic is,
Yep. I agree with that.
Yeah, they should market this shit with like pumpkin spice lattes and stuff.
Earth flowers fall and
something.
Spice lights. I guess.
Yeah. One last thing before we talk about Haunted, but in praise that I kind of wanted to point out is that there's a cool keyboard interlude in that song that kind of is like almost sounds like a mellotron, and it almost sounds like something you would have heard on a Lush record or a Slow Dive record. It's very cool,
Nice. I like the reference to the mellotron. I hear that.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a mellotron, but it has that same kind of feel of a mellotron, what he's able to do with the keys and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I mean, the mellotron evokes such a sad or melancholy, chilling vibe. It's haunting. Talk about haunted. I mean, it's haunting.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're wrapping up here, and we don't want to kind of go down a deep dive yet for October Rust. When you just kind of whetting the appetite for part 2. But I guess like what you said, I think the characterization of this record, if we were kind of to wrap up a kind of thought on it, is that you're right. It is like more succinct and focused. It has this just overall aesthetic that's consistent through the whole record. Even the like more upbeat, or I dare I say like cheesy, because I don't think it's cheesy, but My Girlfriend's Girlfriend, which is like a little bit more lighthearted, it still doesn't sound completely out of place. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like there's the dark songs, but there's the more kind of goth songs. And then there's like the kind of tongue in cheek aspects that are always going to be there on almost any type of negative. And they all work together.
Always. I mean,
even fits together. Yeah.
Even like Unsuccessfully, it's like, I know you're fucking someone.
Yeah.
Like it's delivered in this funny kind of, 50s rock way almost. And so they already laid the blueprint early for just being able to have some levity on the albums. I mean, Mike, you mentioned My Girlfriend's Girlfriend. It becomes it's between Red Water and Die With Me. Like it's just these are very serious, heavy, long songs. Levity is important here, and I think that like as focused as this album is, there is also enough diversity in it to enjoy it.
I mean, good horror movies have moments where you can laugh for a second because you need to let the audience breathe, or something, So, but as we kind of go into Haunted, and I'm just going to kind of start with this, and then you two can kind of riff off of it, because I didn't write a lot of things about Haunted, but, I do have a quote that I want to read from Jeff's book here in a second, but, I mean, I hate the morning, just right away, you get this kind of doomy sort of aspect. Perhaps maybe one of the darkest elements that we've heard so far from Type O is Haunted before we get to World Coming Down, which is an incredibly kind of dark record. And one thing about Peter's vocals in this song that I kind of said, it's like kind of like they're almost as like low and dark as Dave Vincent's kind of Bow to Me Faithfully, that same
God of Emptiness,
that same kind of feeling. I said, and to me, like especially the second half of the song, this is the real kind of sexual vampire song. It's not Black Number One, but like this is the like luring you in, like all of the, Mark and I have taken a lot of horror film classes, and we, one of the things when they talk about vampire literature and things, it's just obviously the overt sexuality of vampire movies and things like that. And like, this is that aesthetic. Like it's, Halloween, whatever you want to call it, but it's not cheesy. It feels romantic, beautiful, dangerous, all those kind of things all happening at once. I think it's very cool.
Speaking of Halloween, there's definitely some John Carpenter-ness in the keyboards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, never thought of that, but you're absolutely right.
Good call.
I can't add anything to that. I think you're dead on.
Well, actually, Jeff, you can, because I'm going to quote from you. See, I've got you.
All right.
I'm here to tag in. All right.
All right.
So here's what Jeff said in his book a little bit about it. He said the final song, Haunt It, seems a companion to Suspend It in Dusk. As with the older track, Haunt It unfolds slowly, hypnotic in its sepulchral swirl with the very epitome of Typo's gothic personality. Peter laments throughout, "Oh, how I hate the morning." It comes to a sudden halt just after the 10-minute mark as Peter bids farewell to the listener. "Well, that's about it. That's all we have. I hope it wasn't too disappointing. See you on tour. Until then, take it easy." But yeah, I just think it's a great, it's a show closer for us here, but it's a great album closer, and it just kind of encapsulates these different moods that Typo, when they want to be serious and they want to be doomy, this is fucking doomy,
I feel like on this record, the spaces are as important as like the notes that are happening. Like they really have a balance to it.
Super good observation. That's amazing. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. There's so much breathability here that you never really hear again with the band. I mean, there's songs that breathe throughout their catalog,
Sure.
again, but there's a consistency in the sort of breath, and we'll definitely.
And I think they started to show that in Slow, Deep, and Hard, but I think they mastered it in October Rust. I'll give you that. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Do you see a precursor to October Rust from Bloody Kisses, like a song that kind of like predicts what we were going to hear?
Oh, sure. I think the song Bloody Kisses.
Okay. You think that's kind of the one that like lays down that?
Yeah, probably more so than any others.
Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. Well, let's get into it. So Jeff, it's been a pleasure as always. We appreciate you coming on for part one. And I know we're eagerly anticipating this is so much fun.
Thank you. I'm honored. I love talking to you guys. We are,
it's always a blast.
Spirits. Yeah.
I mean, you and I realized when we got together this summer to kind of, have a bite, just it's so, I don't know. I wish we lived geographically closer to be able to do kind of hangout sessions.
You and my other 10 best friends. I so wish that they're all scattered. I hate that. But, this is how we can do it. And it works. It suffices.
Yep. At least.
Thanks for having me. This has been great. I can't wait for part two.
Absolutely. So we're going to say goodbye to Jeff here and then kind of bring him back in, obviously, for part two, and then kind of say our goodbyes and all our kind of plugs and things like that. So, Jeff, stay on high alert for a week. Don't do anything, but just wait for us to let you know.
Wait for the call.
I will do.
Part two.
I got nothing else to do.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
But hey, I think it's apropos. Enjoy your Halloween. Do you have any Halloween plans in honor of Typo Negative or the October?
I'm actually going to disappoint all Soul and Fire fans if they know that I just don't care about Halloween that much.
No, not a thing.
I used to.
Yeah.
I just don't,
And you're not much. You're a comedy guy, but is there like a go-to horror movie that sometimes you watch just for 'tis the season or anything like that?
No, but I'll continue to watch What We Do in the Shadows, the TV series.
That's my favorite comedy right now. That and Ted Lasso are my favorites.
Yeah, sorry. The season 3, the casino episode is I've
watched that episode like 3 times.
Oh, that's a masterpiece. That's their best episode. Yeah.
You think it's better than Jackie Daytona? Because Jackie Daytona.
I love that's like a second. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah, Tucson. This is how we talk in Tucson,
Arizona.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Mark, have you seen What We Do in the Shadows yet?
I've only seen the movie.
Oh fuck, dude.
Movie's fine. The series is way better.
It ups the ante.
I think.
Yeah, ups the ante. It takes a few episodes, but once you get to like the Baron,
it's pretty
well, it's on one of those streaming services that you got to pay for. So
it might be on Prime. I don't know.
Is it?
So if you poke around, yeah.
All
so, but yeah, definitely great. So we'll enjoy What We Do in the Shadows, especially the casino episode when he stands up, when he's playing the fucking Big Bang Theory thing.
Big Bang Theory, and when he realizes what the Big Bang is, and then Colin Robinson is explaining to this on the hotel room walls about everything that happens with the Big Bang Theory. That's just gold. That's comedy
pretty
gold.
amazing. Yeah, that's good stuff. Sorry, Mark, we're nerding out for a second, but
It's awesome.
No, it's fine,
it's
man.
definitely worth watching. Yeah, no, I think you'll love the show, Mark, when you see it, because it's fucking just spot on, great humor. So, but all right, well, Jeff, thank you once again.
Thanks, guys.
We'll be in contact soon, and take care as we kind of wrap things up.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Cheers.
So yeah, that was great, Mark, having Jeff on there for part 1 and part 2, and I think I think this is a good episode, good pairing of episodes to sort of end this epic Doom series on. Probably the biggest band that we're covering, I would say. I mean, Vitus and Trouble have like more of a kind of legacy in Doom, but Typo probably is the biggest fan base, I would say, universally.
If you want to go platinum, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just from that aesthetic, but they just have a pretty passionate fan base and stuff like that. And so if you're new to Requiem and kind of made it through this episode and enjoyed what we did, then go back and find some of these other episodes and maybe delve a little bit deeper into some of this kind of, genre stuff. At the very least, you'll check out those soundtrack episodes we were making reference to if you're a big Typo fan.
Yeah.
If you want to find some of our old episodes, our first 160 episodes are on requiemmetal.com, and you can kind of click on there. If you go to requiemmetal.com and you kind of like what we're doing, we do kind of a special series of episodes on Patreon, patreon.com /Requiem podcast. And you can go to Patreon if you want to sign up to sort of donate some money. We're obviously doing this commercial free, and we're trying to put out the best product we can, and we think we are, and we hope that people kind of want to get on board with that. And
it's really the only way we can do what we're doing is commercial free without advertisers.
Yeah. Yep. We do special episodes. We've done one thus far for the Doom series. We did a Fu Manchu episode that had Ruben Romano, the drummer, for the original drummer from that era, on, and we plan to do another one soon, but we're just trying to get through these big episodes, and Typo is obviously one of the bigger ones we've ever done.
Yeah.
And I did want to share, we do have a new patron, if I can find him. Roderick Monier just signed up a couple days ago to be a patron, and so we appreciate him. And actually, we got a couple of notes from some of our patrons. He said, "Hey guys, I joined the Requiem Metal patron army. Thanks for adding a Suburb I Hate God segment to the saga, and for reading my email at the end of the first episode." And he basically said, I can't remember the email. I have to kind of go back. He said, "Did you have a chance to listen to the Calhoun Conquer album from 1989, A Hidden Gem? I'd be really curious to get your feedback." So that's one we'll have to add to the list. He said, "Keep up the insane work. Helps you make it through the sleepless nights for real." Roderick, and he's from Geneva. So he's from Switzerland. So that's pretty cool.
Nice. I don't think we have a whole lot of listeners from that area of the world.
No. We did get a letter from Sweden, from one of our patrons too, Phil Tanamura. He's from Malmo, from Sweden. And he just said, "Hey guys, just wanted to give a small monthly page support to show my appreciation for your work. I actually think you're doing some of the better music journalism out there right now in any media format or music genre. So keep it coming."
Wow.
So
thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate
praise,
that.
man.
There are a couple of I hadn't checked the actual patron site in a little while. And so I went on there. I was like, oh shit, there's a couple of fucking emails that went through. And so I apologize for, that last one I just read actually was written like a month or so ago. But if you want to become a patron, you can go to the website, requiemmetal.com, and you can click on the Patreon link, or like I said, go to patreon.com /Requiem podcast and sign up today. You could also sort of find us on social media at Podcast Requiem on Twitter, Instagram, it's Requiem Metal Podcast, or it's Jason and Mark on Facebook. And we have a private sort of little page for our patrons, a private group on Facebook that people can sort of become part of, and that people share music and very cool stuff. So
there's like literally, if you sign up for Patreon, there's like 30 episodes.
Yeah, we've got a ton of different sort of content. Not that
only a couple of them have been released.
Yeah, absolutely. So this exclusive stuff, and we were going to record another exclusive episode. We plan to kind of delve into kind of the Southern Lord, the early Southern Lord kind of aesthetics of Doom from America. And then I foresee probably a little bit of a break. We kind of have a couple of big kind of plans in motion. We are going to do a crossover episode probably quick soon after Typo, before we take a little break, with Joseph Schaefer, who's a writer and a musician, writes for Decibel and a bunch of other things. And
Yeah, we'll be doing a holiday break for sure.
yeah, there runs a Northwest Terror Music Festival out in the Pacific Northwest. That's actually, I think, a big go. Finally, I think he had to cancel the last couple of years for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
but so we've got some kind of big things that we hope to be able to pull off by the end of the year. So around the holidays and stuff, and a couple of kind of big episodes that, if we can pull them off, it'll be pretty cool. And we were able to pull this Typo out negative episode off. So I think anything is possible, Mark, when you put your mind to it, right?
Exactly. Positive mental attitude, man.
That's what it's all about. So so we've got one more as we sort of head out today. This is Haunted from October Rust. And like I said, we'll be back in part 2 to finish up the journey with Jeff through the rest of Typo's kind of catalog. If, of course, I mentioned this at the beginning of the episode before we brought Jeff on, if you have any feedback that you want to give, if you've been here for the whole Doom series, or just feedback on any of the previous episodes, if you've joined us kind of halfway through or just joined us because of Typo and you want to give us some feedback, we're always happy to read that. We'll definitely read it into the end of part 2 when we're kind of going through, the end of this journey. And so you can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com, or leave us messages on any of those various other platforms, Patreon, Facebook, or Twitter. And we'll do our best to read as many of those comments before as we record part 2 here in a week or so. So we did, like I said, get this in before Halloween. So even though this will probably be put out after Halloween, technically we're in the October Rust Belt, as we like to say.
Yes.
And so for Requiem Metal Podcast, we've got Haunted, Typo Negative, October Rust. I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Is it a shadow of reflection? This apparition in moonbeams bathed, her voice like wind through trees beckons. Cool rain on hot summer stone, the odor fills my presence of freshly dug grave in death and night. These things are her essence. Nocturnal mistress, spirit lover, your mouth of wine and wood smoke taste. My goddess of the violet twilight, you are lust incarnate in the sweat of my bed. The eastern sky hints of dawning. Alone and awake and exhausted I lie.